So you should see it go live with just your face, and it's saying Mystery Movie Night with Matthew. All right. Okay. Right. All right. So then you'll see the song will kick in just a minute. Of course, they can hear me, so I should probably shut up. Yeah.
And then they're going to eat me. Oh my God! You're tearing me apart, Lisa!
We are all interested in the future, for that is where you and I are going to spend the rest of our lives. And remember, my friends, future events such as these will affect you in the future.
Hi diddly ho, 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 hi diddly ho.
There we go. And let me get the audio set up. Say something, Matthew, so I make sure it's balanced a little bit.
Well, hi diddly ho there, neighborino. I'm just so gosh diddly darn excited about this movie night.
I hope you are. I you know what? I loved putting that together. So hope you enjoyed seeing your breakout hip hop debut there. Great.
Oh yes.
So great job with the song. You did a horrible job identifying some of the most iconic horrible films in history, though. You actually thought one of those was Fungicide?
Well, I thought maybe that was a preview for tonight.
No.
I don't know the name of it, but I'm very familiar with the line and just its delivery.
No, the first one, oh my God, that was, what was it, Troll 2, I think it is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then you had...
And it's all birds, obviously.
Yeah,
or Birdemic, excuse me.
Birdemic, you had The Room, and of course Plan 9 from Outer Space. But yes, so Fungicide, yes, you've never seen anything quite like it. And Mercer, thank you so much. Shows a couple of bucks in there. It says, it's hugging the donkey since flight school. Thank you, my friend. All right, so I will tell you guys, so we have a very special, very, very special movie night. Now, first of all, as always, please, 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 you do not want to miss this. And how do you not miss it? Well, it's very simple. You need to go to the actual screening room so you can watch it. And where is that, Matthew?
It is just dropped into the chat there, Michael.
Oh, wow, look at that. And so I will pin it right now. So it is now pinned to the top of the chat. If you go to that link, how do you, you say it's C-YouTube? Is it Sci-Tube? How are you supposed to say that?
I got no idea. Maybe SciTube? CY2.
So in that case, it's
I
probably,
don't know.
I think it's CUTube because Matthew thinks it's citube, and Matthew never gets these things right.
Not even once. Did you see on last Tuesday, I called John DeMarco Darwin. I'm like, oh, so Darwin, what did you think about this episode?
Not surprised. And John, the reason you see me twice is honestly because because it's the only way to get my camera to work with the way StreamYards is, and it's just a technical thing. But so it won't matter because if you're paying attention, you will be in the screening room if you really want to enjoy this. So we are going to, like I said, this is going to be a very special, very, very special. Yeah, and that's why usually I move it around, and I was lazy. Let me fix that real quick. Let me go in here and see if I can adjust that. This is how we usually have it laid out. So there you go, guys. Sorry about that. That was just my own laziness there. Anyway, so let me tell you, and most of you guys know this already, because this is my first stream on my channel, and I haven't done anything on Twitch this week at all. And it's because on Monday I had a relatively routine doctor's appointment. I actually had doctor's appointments scheduled on Monday and Tuesday. My Tuesday appointment ended up getting canceled because Monday I go into the doctor, but I'm feeling a little bit of chest pain, but not like heart attack type chest pain, more like indigestion type chest pain. So I wasn't like overly concerned about it, but my doctor, when she was asking me questions about it, was kind of, she was, doctors always got to ask a few questions about it. And so she ran an EKG. Everything seemed normal. Decided, to be safe, we're going to refer you to a cardiologist. I'm like, that's fine. No problem. But then, I figured no problem. I'll go home and just rest. Well, went home, and a couple hours later, it's just getting worse. And a couple hours after that, it's just getting worse. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to rest. And by the end of the day, I'll be fine. A couple hours later, now I'm feeling miserable. And it's like, well, we got a meeting to go to. If I'm not feeling better by the end of the meeting, I'll go ahead and go to the ER. Well, by the end of the meeting, I can't even walk. I'm so bad. And so Mrs. Andy Chick, I'm literally having to lean on her just to get to the car. We go to the ER. And it turns out that I had a gallstone obstructing what's called your gall duct, which is a very bad thing. It can, in fact, kill you if it's left untreated. And fortunately, the long story short, one surgery and 3 days in the hospital later, I now do not have a gallbladder, and I will live, but I'm in a lot of pain right now from that. Well, after all of that, like living hell of this week, I've decided, you know what? If I'm going to suffer like that, I'm going to make Matthew suffer like he has never suffered before. However, I'm also going to, and Matthew doesn't know this until right now, I'm also going to embarrass myself on a level that I've never embarrassed myself before on the movie night with Matthew. You're going to see some footage of me from like the from like the early 2000s, and so you're gonna see some really silly old stuff of me, and part of the reason for it is basically you're gonna see some footage of me that's from the same era that this movie was made.
Am I going to see you in Death of a Salesman?
No, I was never.
Oh.
Why would you think?
I thought you were in. I knew you used to do play stuff, and I thought one of the ones you did was Death of a Salesman.
I was never in Death of a Salesman. And thank you to all the well wishes. I do see all that. And Thomas, obviously, got my image straightened out, so that should be better. And I'm sorry I'm not reading the chat really well, guys. I can barely focus in on text. I'm not going to lie. It's still, I'm very, very shaky, very rough around the edges. And I am hopped up on a lot of painkillers right now. No joke. But
we're talking about, I got this nice White Russian, almost to the top, to be honest, to get me through these movies. And you have a lovely concoction of
Three.
Equally mind-altering, but not as fun to get there.
Yeah. Mine are, and I did list them off, but yeah, oxycodone is the primary ingredient of my cocktail that I'll be enjoying. This is actually a wonderful throat coat tea that's helping me, because one of the things that sucks is to get the obstruction out of your, because remember I told you that if you have a gallstone that obstructs your bile duct, the way they do that is they have to go in through your esophagus, so in your mouth, right? They go in your mouth, through your esophagus, into your stomach, through your stomach, into your intestine, and then they find where your or the duct meets the intestine and clear the obstruction. So they go in that way to do that, and then but then to remove the gallbladder, they do that through traditional surgical incision on your abdomen.
It makes you wonder, like, could you not go in the other way?
I'm just as soon them not going the other way. That sounds even worse.
Does it? Because just the thought of having something go down my throat and just be stuck there, when you wake up, just having that sore throat. I don't know. I constantly, I have a paranoia about suffocating on things like this.
I do understand that. I truly do. And I don't like the feeling that you have from something like that, because you do feel it, like it feels like there's been mechanical devices in your throat, because there have been. But compared to having mechanical devices at the other end, I'm good with that. Totally good with that. And by the way, yeah, I am prepared, by the way, besides being hopped up on various medications, I have a rather large, well, you can't see it, well, you'll see it in a minute here on the live stream, but a rather large bowl of popcorn for tonight's festivities, because, oh yeah, this is, I don't usually bring on the popcorn, but this is going to be good stuff here.
Nice.
So, and I do have a ample supply of liquid nourishment. Unfortunately, I can't have alcohol. I probably won't be able to have alcohol for some time, but yeah, that's just the way it goes. So, hopefully you guys are all in the stream room. If you're not, don't forget to click on the link at the top of the chat. Please do. You're not going to want to miss this. Now, of course, as you know, this is the tradition. I'm not going to break the tradition totally. So the format is the same. There's only one trailer. After the trailer, we've been watching, we started it just the last time where we started watching Invincible. We got to watch episode 1 of Invincible last time. So, of course, I'm sure Matthew is already expecting to see episode 2 of Invincible today. And then we'll get into our fungicide. But
I was hoping, when you said it was going to be the most miserable, I'm like, oh crap, I wonder if that means I'm not going to see Invincible episode 2, because I've been waiting for this.
Yeah. Well, let's roll it up and let's get her started here. A lot of people waiting here.
All right, here we go, hitting the play button.
And by the way, just to make it even, you might think that this trailer is a little confusing because it's entirely in Japanese. But I will tell you, the movie is more confusing.
So, what, Godzilla... I don't recognize the spiky guy. I don't think he and Gamera ever fought together.
What is his name? I always forget his name, but he's been in a few Godzilla movies. But this is the Godzilla movie where the kaiju monsters, and I'm not making this up, talk to each other.
Okay.
But they don't change the sounds that they make. So Godzilla still makes the same sound that he makes. but you have to understand them. So they don't put subtitles like you would normally. No. They put like cartoon style speech bubbles next to them and words in the speech bubbles.
Nice.
You do get a glimpse
like that right there.
right? Yep. That is exactly what they do in the movie.
Commodore Ty is saying it's a Gigan.
Gigan.
That's probably not how you pronounce it. Gigan.
Gigan.
Yeah.
Would Dragon Ball Evolution?
Well, I'm hyped up, even though I don't know what's going on for it.
And no, Thomas, we're not showing the pictures because that's been causing problems with getting bogus copyright strikes from YouTube.
Yeah, I was getting that with my Sequest stream, and that's why I had to do all the stuff covering it up.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
I think I may have froze by accident, but oh well. Boom.
I do like
There we
this
go.
song, I gotta say. Do you remember the security guards at the beginning of the first episode? And they were talking about the guy's son and how proud he was. So this is the follow-up to that. So remember he said he wanted to take him to England. And so, so here they are. He's on a trip to England.
The queen needs that many rooms. She has a lot of dogs.
When she drinks the blood of orphans.
It would be hilarious if the queen was some superpowered. Oh. Oh. Darn it, Michael. You're the worst. So what do we got?
Well, we went hardcore cheese here.
Space Soldiers with Buster Cabby, Gene Rogers, Priscilla Lawson.
You said Buster Cabby.
Cabbage.
Did
I not say cabbage?
You said Buster.
I'm not sure if that's
Cabby.
any more right. Okay. We all know I can't read names.
Who plays Flash Gordon, Buster Crabbe.
His name is Buster Crabbe?
Yes, that's him right there.
There's too many B's and an E on the end of that. Oh, Emperor Ming. I loved the Voyager episode that starred him. The Bride of Chaotica.
Man, I can't believe you called him Cabby.
I called John Darwin. I don't think I got a low bar here.
You do. Buster Cabby. I'm gonna tell Mrs. Anti-Tracker that one.
I may have said cabbage, which, doesn't really help me at all there.
Well, you said that after I called you out for saying Cabby. Wow. We just... Hey, multi-gun man, I'm hanging in there, my friend. Pull up a seat, click on the link. We're just getting started with episode 1 of the original Flash Gordon serial. And no,
Now, did he call him Professor Gordon?
Yes, that's Flash Gordon's father.
Okay.
Flash Gordon, of course, being the famous polo player.
Ah.
But, you know, polo's such a big sport.
It's a sport of nobles.
So, there's a planet heading directly for Earth. It's going to wipe out everything. But he's able to catch a plane to fly home just in time before the world ends.
It's nice to be white and wealthy.
I guess so.
I mean, you don't see any poor folk on this plane.
Definitely not. Daniel, this is episode 1 of the original Flash Gordon from 1936. Yeah, they loaded up the plane with parachutes just in case they were going to have any trouble. And the passengers have no problem just slapping them on and jumping out.
I think this is a little premature. I mean, that plane is still quite airborne.
Yeah, well, you know. Well, now it's gone.
Ah, you just jumped out of a plane. I'm gonna mug you.
Yeah, it's so strange looking here. Rocks and trees and stuff. The planet is going to crash into Earth. I saw a show on Disney Plus like that. John says Loki totally ripped off this episode.
What an amazing string of coincidences.
Yeah.
You're my father's best friend who just happens to have a rocket ship.
Wow, you know, those meteors sure do look a lot like cheap fireworks. How are you sure that the planet is inhabited?
And intensely radioactive.
And in fact, aren't those two statements kind of contradictory? Because
Maybe they're like the Malon? Weren't the Malon and Voyager the ones who were hauling space garbage and...
Okay, I'll give you that. Good, you know, for the first time ever, Matthew, you showed signs of a working memory.
Oh yeah, count them. 1.
There's no room for a dame here.
Who else can we have to get captured and scream?
Wait, didn't we already establish this was a spaceship, not a boat?
Well, he's a polo player. I mean, he's not a scientist.
True. You're right, John. That was his one time to be correct this evening. Gotta love the advanced controls of his spaceship here.
Now, we're going to be going with enough acceleration to escape the Earth gravity. You just hold on to this bar. We'll be fine.
Yep. Look how fast they left the planet, and they're just holding on to. Dale. She is like superhumanly strong. She's like Wonder Woman. Is like, how is she that strong? And yeah, Josh, we're ditching the screenshots for right now because too much problem with the YouTube copyright bots. And Springtime says, remember, Matthew is a life child. He's not built for the movie like ones you watch. I'm not sure what you mean there, Springtime.
He's probably right, though.
Wow, good thing they made it past the death zone.
He didn't really explain what it was either, just that it was the only thing he was afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
Was it like a band of radiation, maybe? I mean, I know at this time of life, they also thought there was a vortex of cold, and then at the North Pole, there was like actually another tropical zone.
Yeah,
maybe they didn't think that at this time, but I remember Jules Verne wrote a book about it.
I'm pretty sure she's not Kurogan.
Whoops.
What'd you do?
I spilled my coffee a little bit.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. It was just a couple drops.
Mako, the 80s movie was based much on this serial. They changed him, of course, from a polo player to a football player, things like that. But yeah, it was actually based on this particular serial.
That football scene was hilarious.
Yeah. Honestly, Daniel, while the spaceship is, I think that for the day, if you stop and think about the fact this was made in 1936, it's kind of cool. I'd say the castle is more proof than the giant iguana.
Oh, that castle could be a naturally occurring phenomenon. I think we just had 3 cuts to walk across an open space. I can't give Marvel a hard time anymore for their fight scenes.
Well, I guess we'll just go. Oh no, we forgot the keys.
Quick, do you have a coat hanger?
And he doesn't see that? How do you get... How did she not see that? Yeah, Mr. CCDV. Oh, that's where I left my iguana. Now, I have to admit, there are some things I like about this old Flash Gordon. I don't like the fact that they obviously abuse these poor lizards to get them to do what they do. But overall, I think this show has its charm.
Right. You definitely won't find a no animals were harmed in the making of this film at the end of this movie.
Right. Multigun Man says this movie is that old. Yeah, 1936.
They have a spaceship just like ours. Amazing.
Okay. Try not to laugh too much at the uniforms of the guys that come out. They hadn't figured out practicality yet.
Has anyone else's codpiece riding up on them? If I only had a brain.
And Mercer, yeah, I love that drawing. It's a Yitza original, obviously. And Flash is like superhumanly strong, apparently.
Keep your hands off her, you darn dirty tin men.
So they're knights with rifles.
They might be the janitors. They just put the mop buckets on their heads.
And Mako, you have to understand that Bride of Chaotica was a tribute to this exact show.
Oh, yeah.
And Daniel
I mean,
says,
wait till you see the bad guy.
1936, the same year my brother... Now, Daniel, come on. You do not have a brother that graduated from high school in 1936. That's not possible.
Daniel just looks very young. He's not.
The blonde giant. I was actually talking to Mrs. Antitrekker about this earlier. Ming is one of the few yellow face characters that I don't mind because he's not portrayed as like anything really negative. He doesn't have a silly accent. He's intelligent. He's not. They're not just making him a stupid, silly Asian, you know?
Right.
He just has certain traits that we tend to assign to Asians, but he's not like, and he kind of squints his eyes.
Would it surprise anyone to realize, or to know that I didn't really realize this was supposed to be Yellowface?
Yes, that would not surprise me at all, because you're an idiot.
And a racist. I mean, Code of Honor being my favorite episode. Gosh.
Dune has been delayed again. That sucks.
And hey, Jeff, how you doing tonight?
Hey, Professor. And there's Aberjam's favorite character. Because, well, not as pretty in the face department. She is definitely well endowed.
Who, the one with the crown or the blonde?
No, I'm the Ming's daughter. That would be Aberjam's favorite character because she has a large chest. You dang dirty ape! I mean, now look, once again, Flash, look at this. He's just like Superman. Oh, look at his great sword play here.
Yeah. If they're going to call him the Yellow Giant, they didn't cast the right guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's barely the same height as everyone else here.
Yeah, if he was like 6 inches taller. Mercer, I saw the Shang-Chi trailer, thought it was pretty good. Disagree with you about Loki. I actually liked episode 3.
The only thing I didn't like about episode 3 was the chemistry of the Enchantress and Loki wasn't as good as Mobius and Loki.
I'll give you that. I like, but I'll see where it's going. But I don't think it sucked. I just
Yeah. When my worst critique can be episodes 1 and 2 were so amazing, it's like, well, that's not really saying episode 3 was bad.
Right. Robert says, I don't remember, did this Flash Gordon have Dale and Dr. Zarkov? Yes, they're actually there. Oh, yeah, so Flash is fighting 2 saber-toothed men and 1 guy.
Tom, you forgot your teeth.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, I think those are those the Kurogan orphans? Is that all grown up?
Their teeth don't usually get quite that long.
This seems like rip off the. We don't have gladiatorial games in Kurdistan. I don't know where you've been hearing that, multi-gun man. That's total fake news. You know, Mercer, I've never seen any of the old Buck Rogers serials. If we get through the Flash Gordon ones, we'll have to do Buck Rogers. Unfortunately, because he's a complete jerk. Life with Matthew won't do this every week with me. I don't know why.
Well, like you said, I'm a complete jerk.
Right. So the blonde giant is just trashing these guys.
I feel like it really needs a WWE announcer.
No,
The pile driver! The pile driver! That was the worst security guard I've ever seen.
And Daniel,
I mean, she barely touched him. He's like, I'm out.
Ming and Flash Gordon played the character who was killed by Kylo Ren at the start of the. Right? Is that him?
Wait, what's this?
No, he's saying that I can't remember the actor's name, but the guy that was in the Force Awakens, the same guy that played Ming. I know the actor you're talking about, but I didn't think that was the same guy. Now I got to look. Except I can't because I messed up the live stream, so I guess I won't.
Which guy from The Force Awakens?
Max von Sydow, I believe, is the actor.
Okay, she knew there was a pit.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
And she knew where the pit would open.
Matthew, you don't want to miss this.
It's my leader, Bird of Prey 5!
Mm-hmm.
We can see. Oh, there we go. It's Gavin McCash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm listening.
I'm sure we'll be hearing more from Gavin McCash later.
All hail to Kuroga, the land of Jaloja.
A little French programming here.
gonna put a happy little bush right here. Mm-hmm. Maybe some mountains.
Oh no, what happened to this pencil?
Sacre bleu. You are just taking me all over the place tonight, Michael.
Yep. Ah, yes. Come on, you know you wanted some SpongeBob.
So I'm pretty sure this is the real adventures of Matthew and Thomas. And sometimes we go annoy our next door neighbor, Jeff. Thomas, how dare you claim SpongeBob is made by Kuroga? How dare you, sir? How dare you?
We have to take that up with Bird. He made the claim, not me. What's this?
Patrick is clearly smarter than people give him credit for.
Yeah. So what would you draw, Matthew?
Oh gosh, my drawings are notoriously bad. You think my name remembrance is bad? I'm like Einstein in name remembrance when you compare it to my drawing abilities.
Right, but what would you try to draw?
Probably a kitty.
Oh, that'd be scary. So your kitty would probably look like that.
Did they just murder Squidward?
That's the thing, like, it seems to me like he just created a sentient being and then murdered it.
It certainly seems that way.
Yeah, I'm kind of disturbed by this.
Like even the hair or mustache is quasi-sentient.
Right.
He's getting pretty mad at SpongeBob considering the hair was going to peace out anyway.
Yeah. That seems really dangerous to draw yourself.
It's a self-portrait. And violence. Okay, and I looked it up, by the way. Ming was the Lore Santeca, the guy at the very beginning of the movie who gave Poe the data USB.
Daniel says, I thought Anti-Trekker thought that SpongeBob was stupid and won't watch it. No, it's Matthew that thinks that SpongeBob is stupid. I mean,
I'm not being proven wrong tonight. Okay, I can accept a drawing come to life, but a drawing of a pit actually being that deep, I think that's too far.
Why did it draw a wrench?
Patrick's trying to fix a lady's leaky pipes. And it's a double X.
Yeah, why not?
Screw me! What did I do, Thomas? Oh, talking that SpongeBob isn't intelligent? Okay. Fair enough. Thomas is saying SpongeBob isn't stupid, but this episode isn't helping you in that department.
Well, perhaps stupid isn't the word you're looking for. Simple.
So SpongeBob is just going to straight up
Professor
murder
Brainy
himself.
Specs is leaving. Why are you leaving, Professor Brainy Specs? Too much going on. Come on, buddy. You can hang out with us.
And he's rejoicing in it.
Wait, evil? Why was it evil?
Just because it wouldn't put up with SpongeBob and Patrick? That makes Squidward evil.
So should SpongeBob kill Squidward?
You have to wonder what is going through his spongy mind.
Yeah, I think that's where, John, I think that's where there was some confusion. So Max played Ming in the 1980 film, not in the 1936 film. So maybe that's where the confusion was.
That hand had to use the restroom.
How did
That would imply that one of its digits is not a digit. Okay, well played.
So it seems like Matthew's starting to warm up to SpongeBob here.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Well,
SpongeBob can never poop again after that.
yeah, that is true.
Admiral, that is pretty cool. He's saying that he bought Sci-Fi Nation a new computer that should get there on Wednesday.
Well, that is pretty cool. You got another one lying around?
That pencil grew. How does paper exist underwater?
How does a lot of things on this show exist underwater?
True.
Michael says not a lot of suffering tonight. In fact, everything is pretty fun. We haven't even gotten to the feature presentation yet. Trust me, we're just getting started.
I mean, that's literally the exact same size it was broken. They just put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah.
It's like they don't even care about continuity.
It's SpongeBob.
Continuity, man. And he had already been drawing in that paper. Oh, SpongeBob.
What do you see? Come on, don't deny it. You enjoyed that one.
I enjoyed it when he drew the angry eyes.
I think
That did make me laugh.
I think you're starting to like SpongeBob.
Let's not get carried away here.
I think you are. I think you are. So, by the way, I got some update on my broken computer. The extended warranty people said they're ordering parts. That's all I know.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Hi there.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could understand things said backwards.
Well, you're gonna really want to understand this part.
Multi Gunman saying you're speaking Turtistani.
Well, you can't understand what I'm saying?
I can't, but I'm very curious. Like, it's so interesting, like, you can't even begin to piece it together. You think you'd be like, okay, yeah, I understand these sounds are happening. But no, you can't. Your brain just goes, yep, I don't know. I'm done here. Okay, hey, Matthew. Got that one.
Not sure why you're saying Paul is dead. Sorry,
I didn't think that it was talking backwards.
it sounded like it was backwards to me. Now,
I'm going to
granted-
have to try reversing that audio. It's true. Also true. No, wait. Here I go what? What do I hear I go? Mako, why do I hate SpongeBob? It's just so dumb. Lowbrow, are we gonna watch this episode in reverse now?
Yep.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
I told you I was going to make you hurt this time, buddy. We're going to break that Turdistan or the Kurogan programming in that brain of yours.
I do not have enough left of this drink.
And you know, hey, he's going for the alcohol. He's going for the booze.
No. I'm just gonna I'm gonna make that last and go for my water here.
Now, you know, the funny thing, guys, is that I genuinely gave Matthew the option to not have to go through this. Do you remember?
I didn't realize this was what we were talking about, though.
Yeah, of course not. But did I not give you the option to avoid this?
You did. You did. You said, Matthew, I know you get really tired at the end of these. I have a shorter version. I said, no, Michael. I'll just have some coffee, and we can watch the longer one. I'll do this for you. Yeah, I have to find my inverted self. He's an extrovert. I'm the Kurokan Squidward. Michael.
I tell you, this is just watching your face as you realize what was about to happen. I think that made this whole night worthwhile.
Oh gosh.
And thank you, Mercer. Yes, indeed. Death to Kuroga. Long live Turdistan.
I mean, we could be watching Tennant, I suppose.
Yeah.
SpongeBob Tennant.
Or David Tennant. But this is obviously, you know, something you would enjoy much more than Tennant, right?
Oh, just, no. No.
So think about if you had a pencil that could do what this pencil does, not only anything you draw with it becomes reality, but you can erase literally anything, including parts of yourself.
That seems like it would just go wrong very quickly.
Oh, here's your favorite part.
Oh, look, he's a happy guy now. Hey, Robert. As far as you know, John McAfee's death is very strange. I mean, considering the guy literally had tattooed to his body, "I didn't commit suicide," and then he allegedly committed suicide. Yeah, there's strange things afoot.
Let's see. Next time you should watch the Tales from the Far Side animated Far Side cartoon. You know, I don't think I've seen that. I've read every Far Side cartoon, but what's happening? What's the odd show? From what parallel universe is this from? Well, this is from Matthew's Dared to Challenge Me, and now he's paying the price.
Yep.
Oh, don't worry, Bradley. Sooner or later, he will be watching the SpongeBob movie. Yeah, that's one of those, yeah, duh, we're going to have to put that in the queue. The nice thing, I actually have a hard drive that has a folder on it that just has movies to watch with Matthew. And so, obviously, you know, the SpongeBob movie is in that folder.
I can say he's just saying gibberish. It's not anything in reverse, even.
Right. Because, like, I was expecting to have him say something, like, which actually could have been really funny. You know, like, if he was just saying, like, mashed potatoes or something, you know.
They were like, yeah, here's your birthday present.
Right. Thomas wants to know, is Fungicide really short? It's not really long. I'll put it that way. But it's not really short. This is going to be one of our longer movie nights, but it's not going to be like earth-shakingly long. Yeah, put it that way.
Honestly, listening to this in reverse kind of sounds like listening to something from a Slavic language.
It kind of does. Like, I could imagine... Josef Petrick, like this is what he sounds like when he's speaking in his native language. You know,
yeah, you just take away those weird woof noises.
Yeah. Yeah. It will be hilarious if like you play this and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is what SpongeBob sounds like to us." You know. And Mercer, I can't click on YouTube links while we're doing this this live stream because it would mess everything up. They fell up out of the hole.
I just wonder what happened to the other leg.
What do you mean?
Well, they both had one leg out there walking. What happened to the other leg?
Well, they're snuggling up next to each other.
That's gotta be an interesting snuggle right there.
Well, you know.
Poor Squidward.
Why poor Squidward?
I mean, just imagine a guy who's trying to live out his life and his neighbors won't stop assaulting him over and over again with their shenanigans.
Yeah.
I sympathize with that. I've had neighbors like that.
That can't stand the fact that you're always trying to bother them with your shenanigans?
Yeah. Let's go with that.
Well, I can kind of understand that. Let's see. Malfa says, Matthew, just wait until A-Checker forces you to watch the Garbage Pail Kids movie. Trust me, you'd rather watch the SpongeBob movies.
Would I? They were just bouncing on their butts.
And let's see. Murph says, "I know you can't, but you can save them for later." I can't. I can't save them for later because if I click on them, I can't I don't really have any way to save them because what am I supposed to do if I right click on them and then there's not like a save for later option? But I appreciate it. But you have to send that to me when I'm doing like a regular live stream or something, Mercer. And Daniel says scientists found a parallel universe, and this parallel universe time goes backwards. No, I think this is just what. Honestly, this is what I think Kuroga sounds like under normal circumstances. Mercer says, sorry, I just want to show you there on YouTube. I appreciate it, man. And don't get me wrong, Mercer. I appreciate it. I do. And, I appreciate it. It's just that when we do these movie nights, especially while I don't have my main computer running, I'm a little limited as to what I can kind of do. And I generally blame Matthew. Mako loves the awkward silence. Well, I'm not really into awkward silences, but whatever turns you on. Matthew kind of likes awkward silences.
See, for me, silence isn't awkward. I know a lot of people are... I go on so many car rides with people, and they clearly feel like
wait a minute.
Silence needs to be filled.
So many car rides with people? What are you doing?
Just life. I go on these business trips, and I end up having to travel somewhere with someone, and they're like, oh, let's have this huge conversation.
Hey, kids, get in the car, and we're going to go on a nice, long car ride. That's what it sounds like.
No.
That's kind of what it sounded like.
But I'm over here you know what? I enjoy not having to talk. It's okay. We can be silent.
Right.
That's fine. And they're like, oh, wow. We got to feel the silence. Oh, man, we're past this. It's okay. I promise.
Right.
Pencil. Of course, now that you stop to think about it, why does Patrick always do paper? They never answer the question.
Because Patrick's a moron. Garbage Pail Kids, one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But it's just, from what it looks like, it's just bad because it's just gross.
Oh, we've almost made it. Here we go.
Yeah. Matthew picks people up, if you know what I mean. Yes. Silence
Wait a
is golden
minute.
also. Yes.
It's a wooden pencil. It floats.
Yeah, I know. Best not to think about it. And Mercer throws a couple bucks in, says, I miss John Schnepp, king of the sweaties. I do too, man. Schnepp was a prince among men. And we are finally back to the beginning.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, look, another commercial.
Kapla.
Looks like he's falling asleep. And no, I did not.
Oh, give him cash.
Yeah, I didn't make these in 1992. It was like 2006, I want to say.
I hope he sells a book I can buy. Or has a seminar I can attend. Those are the characteristics of a Jedi, yes.
Indeed.
That must have been an alternate dimension, Obi-Wan.
Oh, you didn't catch. You weren't paying attention. His name was Obi-Wan.
Oh, Boronome.
All right, and now
Wait, what happened to Flash?
Flash.
Was that the end of the episode?
Oh yeah, that was it. He falls into the pit. It's a cliffhanger. Every Flash going.
Oh. Okay, I've been over here like waiting for Flash to come back. I'm like, okay, well, it's okay. There's a Flash coming.
No. You were done with Flash when. All right, here we go. And guys, again, check out Trouble Moon Studios. The link should be in the description. His movies are $5 each, and he'll send you a copy.
Oh, is this the guy you were talking to a while back ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, unlike the guy who did Birdemic, he actually makes unique movies and not just the same movie done over and over and over again.
Yeah, these are actually, each one is unique. Some of them are actually very disturbing. Others are just crazy silly. Like this is more along the crazy silly category. There's two of them that I would say qualify for our type of viewing. This one and Suburban Sasquatch, which we'll probably end up watching Suburban Sasquatch.
That kind of sounds like Harry Meets the Hendersons.
Yeah. Or kind of just a guy with a gorilla suit running around terrorizing people. Yeah.
Ooh, a special guest, Ed and Loretta. West Cavish? I think I saw that name several times.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
yes, I have.
It's that guy's parents. Yeah.
Thomas is saying that nothing is playing for him. I hope that's not accurate.
Try exiting out and going back into the player.
Let me pull it up an Edge because sometimes this does happen. Yeah, it's saying nothing playing when I bring it up. So I can. Well, that was weird, guy.
You need to reload it or something? Because if you're going to do it...
Yeah, I might have to reload it.
Because this would be the time to do it, because we're right at the start of the movie.
Yeah, tell you what, let me reload this, Thomas. It won't take me but a second to get back in Neo and...
Are you going to stop it if you're going to do that? Because I don't want everybody else to eat off.
Yeah, I just hit pause, so if it's not pausing for you...
Yeah, it's still
that means...
on my end.
Okay, that means SciTube is... It does this every once in a while. They do some sort of upgrader thing in the background. So everyone just hit pause, and we'll reload this in a second, okay?
So please hit pause if you see it right now, as I do on my screen. Pause the movie. Give Matthew a minute to get it, undiscombobulated here. Because Thomas broke the system again. It's all Thomas. I'm just messing with you, Thomas. But we do want it to work for everybody because this movie is definitely one that we want everybody to be able to enjoy together. And again, while Matthew's messing around with it, please support this guy if you can. Drop $5, buy one of his movies. Go to his website and check it out. Because I think he's got about a half. Well, now it dropped out, so I'm assuming you're in the reload process. He's got about a dozen different movies. Find one that appeals to you. Drop the 5 spot. I ordered like 5 of his movies. Honestly, the 5 that I ordered, I found like 3 of them enjoyable. You know what? For $25, that's not a bad ratio. $25, I got 3 enjoyable movies. So I'm not gonna complain about that. Mercer asked if I like Tenet. I still haven't seen it.
Okay, so it's brought back up, and it should be like hit the refresh if you could, everyone.
I see the credits there. Is that where it should be?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I figure that's close enough, and we're just going to roll from there.
Right.
Maybe lose a minute.
That's fine. And let me get the full screen back up if I remember where the full screen button is. And like I see the river now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The broken PVC pipe.
Yes, because, you know, cinematography is definitely one of this film's strong points. Well, it's...
A well-manicured yard. Get me out of here.
Okay. If you haven't seen it, Rotor would be a good one for movie night. It's like a cross between RoboCop and the Terminator. I've heard of it, but I have not seen it. All right, where is that button? I remember I had trouble finding it earlier today, too. Where's the full screen button?
Should be at the bottom right-hand corner when you move your mouse over the video player.
I'm using an iPad.
Oh.
Oh, there it is, yeah. I got it.
And he seemed to be tripping right there.
Yeah.
Like, just absolutely tripping.
So here's our scientist, which, by the way, that thing that he's pulling those out of is a sonic cleaner.
Oh, yeah, like you'd see in a jewelry store.
Right. So, you know, you would never be pulling out, like, little vials of stuff from that. That makes no sense whatsoever. And
Yes, the Alka-Seltzer. I can't wait for it to fizz.
plop, plop.
Oh, what a relief it is. Johnny, have you been drinking enough out there? You know that shed isn't air conditioned.
And you know what we need to do, honestly, is we need to create, like, probably on like Matthew's Discord, since Matthew is more active on Discord than I am, is like a section of suggested movies for movie night. That way, because here's what we need. We need basically movies that we can run by and make sure that Matthew has not seen. That's the important thing. And then once we get through that filter, then Matthew sends me the movies. I can see if I can find them, and then I'll filter them out for, okay, is it like, you know, straight up porn or something, or is it something we can watch, you know? And
Right.
because I basically I'll be the final arbiter of if it's something that I think will be an appropriate torture device to try to break you of your Krogan programming.
There is no Krogan programming. Our glorious leader is just that glorious.
I wonder if Sylvania like paid them for that product placement, or they just didn't pay them to remove it.
Thomas is saying, what? Matthew is MIA like 6 days a week from Discord.
Well, that's like 1 day less than me.
And that's not true. I only go MIA on like the weekends.
So, all that. And now notice he's reading the newspaper upside down. That is a very impressive skill, because I can't do that.
It definitely takes some extra concentration. See, you're more dyslexic than I am.
Yeah.
So I mean, upside down and backwards, this has got to be murder for you.
I don't know. Have you seen Mystery Men, Matthew?
Mystery Men. Let me look real quick. The 1999.
It's a superhero movie.
I don't think so.
That would be a good
Ben
one.
Stiller?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
All right. I'll put that in the list. The problem, see, well, you guys always come up with these ideas when I'm not in a position to write things down. It'll be easier once I have the computer back up and running, because then I'll be able to have both computers, which hopefully will be in the next week or two. But that would definitely be a good one. All right, so Mom. By the way, that I'm assuming was the special appearance by, Mom and Dad Westcavage.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop now, and whatever you do, and this is important. If you come up with good ideas for movies, don't start throwing out little bits and pieces about the movie, because you don't want to spoil it for Matthew.
Yeah. And I'll make a channel over in Discord in a little bit, guys. Don't worry. So you can go to my Discord and put all these wonderful, wonderful ideas.
But no, do not suggest movies like Deep Throat or, stuff like that, because, not going to happen. I'm not going to put that many little Matthews floating around. By the way, this movie, why the CGI of the mountain as they're driving through the woods, I have no clue. That's like...
Yeah, you can find stock footage, even in 2006, of a mountain.
It looks like they live in this area. What do you need stock footage for when you can literally just drive around and shoot it? I mean... It makes no sense.
Now, is this film predicting how the virus that we all just suffered through came into being?
Yes, I think it does. And I think it's probably more accurate than most of the conspiracy theories about the China virus. I don't know.
I wonder if they really have that sword above their mantle, or if they put that there for...
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
just this...
I mean, who puts a stupid-looking sword like that above their mantle? And yeah. And by the way, that is Mr. Westcavage's wife. Like, his whole family is in all of his movies.
That's actually a relief, because I did notice... What? What? Oh, she's psychic. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So no, I did notice that the main character, female character's name was also Westcavage, and I was like, is this supposed to be his sister? Because even if I'm desperate to build up my cast, I don't think I'd make my love interest my sister.
And Malfi says, I'd say double feature Pain Dr. Mordred and Mystery Man. Well, we're going to probably try to keep it to a single feature film and then 1 to 2 short films. Like tonight would be as far as we would go, where we did 2 shorts and a feature film with Flash Gordon, the SpongeBob. And like I would say the longest we would do would probably be like an episode of Flash Gordon, an episode of Invincible, and a feature film. And John DeMarco, I sense fungi. You sense correctly.
Mr. CCDB, have you ever dusted a candle? That sounds like something they would have said in Airplane.
That also
Tell me, Johnny.
Is that a euphemism of some kind? Because it sure does sound like one. Now, here's what I don't understand. Why are Mom and Dad there booking a room at this bed and breakfast for the crazy mad scientist? There's no explanation.
Huh.
And who's this guy?
I don't know, but this music would fit in perfectly with Mortal Kombat. Cast your white.
Yeah. 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 By the way, most of the cast of this movie are in most of his films.
You think he's trying to do an accent?
I'm not sure, because I haven't seen him in one of his other films yet. A Supernatural prequel series is coming. You know what? I have never watched Supernatural, so I can't really comment. What's going on?
There's a hard acronym to get, guys, okay? There's a lot of A's, some I's, I don't know. I can see this being on TLC.
What, Smooth Sailing with Gavin McCash?
Yeah. The music, the coming around the cake.
Now, have you ever seen my daughter? She's been on a couple of my live streams.
Yeah.
Well, this is her a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Like 14, 15
Yeah, she is
years ago now?
Yeah, she's now 26 years old. And interestingly enough, even back then, Mrs. Anti-Checker was always a voice off screen.
Yeah, I can't help but notice the one time she was supposed to... Whoops. She was supposed to be on camera. You conveniently had internet problems.
A complete coincidence that AT&T... I mean, I have it on my phone, the footage of AT&T trying to fix the problem. So everybody's going to this bed and breakfast where there may or may not be fungi.
I think this movie may have predicted Airbnb.
Yeah, yeah. What?
What did she say the first time?
The last place you'll ever stay.
Oh, that's not ominous.
He's just like, we'll murder you. With our, we'll kill you with kindness.
And give it to each other. Suddenly the dagger above the mantle makes more sense.
You know, I know you wouldn't know this, Matthew, but adult movies have acting very much like this.
Oh no, I'm afraid I'm out of money. Is there anything else I can do to pay for this? Wow, what kind of movie would feature half-naked men running, sweating? We were literally just talking about this. You know what? Keep my money. I'm gonna find somewhere else to stay the night. Just gonna go now. You know, I'm not even gonna pretend that I'm trying to be nice. I think you're creepy. I'm creeped out. I'm leaving.
And Bradley says, "Where's the footage of Andy Trekker cutting the internet line so they had to fix it?" I swear, totally legit outage. He has a prescription. He has a prescription, and this is no joke. It comes up later in this. He actually has a prescription for spontaneous combustion.
You would think by the time he found out he needed a prescription for that, he would have already done that.
Yes.
You think there's really someone that narcissistic where he needs to carry around 3 photos of himself to set up wherever he goes?
Yeah. Well, you know.
Also, what prescription do you think they take to prevent spontaneous combustion? Marijuana?
Well, I don't think marijuana, because they say marijuana gets you baked.
I was just thinking the chill aspect of it, but okay,
Yeah.
true.
So, yeah, I don't know. It helps you freeze.
A gallon of gas on a match. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, well, you know.
You know, he's dissing all these houses. He better think wherever he stops at just looks amazing. Or not just think that, but it actually better look amazing. Oh no, he just hates the whole area. I see.
Yes.
Commodore saying the movie stopped playing for him. I hope that's not for everyone.
Yeah. Is anybody else having trouble watching the movie, or is it just Commodore Ty with his craziness? And Commodore Ty, try exiting out and going backing in, and see if you can get it going. Wow. At least I can talk better than this guy. Because things are things are about to
legit.
get. Oh no! Look at that smoke. Yeah. You know, you could go to Halloween Superstore and get a smoke machine, right? Like, I have 2 of them in my garage.
Or any fireworks stand and just get a couple cherry bombs. Or not like a smoke bomb, excuse me. Cherry bomb might actually do some popping. Yeah, I'm seeing it's not playing when I try to open it fresh, Commodore Ty. Darn it. Darn it, Psy 2. What?
What?
I don't think that's how it works.
What?
It's like, can you build do you know any houses without heating systems because he spontaneously combusts?
Right.
I mean, they might as well just call him Johnny Storm.
Well, you know. But the other guy's name is Kaching.
Huh. Okay, hold on, Commodore. I'm going to add this one more time. Let's see, I'm at the 11:18 mark right now. So everyone hold tight. I'll fix this again.
So should we pause it again?
It should just automatically kick us all off in a second here.
See now.
Or it's not letting me add it. It's saying that there's an error. Interesting. Oh dear. SciTube is having problems tonight.
No, if we can't do it, we can't do it. Oh, and now it just exited out. What did you do?
Okay. There we go.
So after you said you couldn't do it, you did it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm pretty cool like that. / a liar like that.
So, man, you always make me nervous when you say, nope, I can't do it, and then you do it anyway.
How will people think you're a miracle worker if you don't expand the time by half or double?
So it better be working for everybody, but we ain't doing it again. So, right, so now we see evil scientists in the car, right, and driving in, and chicks on the phone with the wood paneling, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thomas, no one else using SciTube has this problem. I'm that. Just that. Hello, I'm evil.
Yeah, there's nothing evil about the crazy scientist coming out to the woods with his scientific experiment in a suitcase going to an Airbnb.
Alex Lemons, doctor saying my wounds are healing nicely, might not be here much longer.
Oh, no!
No!
Well, that's
Who
not
could have
how
seen this coming?
Yeah, that is definitely not how to heal those wounds.
Maybe you should have made that a little more secure. Alex Lemons, I hope what you mean when you say that you might not be here much longer is at the doctor's and not like on this mortar coil. Like, I hope you're not saying like you're gonna die.
Yeah. No, we don't know what you mean. That made no sense, Bird. That made that.
That was Seinfeld. I got that reference. That's from the final episode of Seinfeld. I can't wait to go out and buy his books. Especially The Lazy is Not a Four-Letter Word.
Oh.
Who needs a research department? Gavin, read your own book.
I should actually write that. Lazy is not a four-letter word. Try to publish it on like Amazon.
That would be awesome.
By Gavin McCash.
Gavin, yes. Okay, good, Alex. I'm glad that you're doing great.
Okay.
It might have a bit of scraping dead skin ahead, but otherwise doing great.
Okay. Oh, wow, look. It all dripped on some mushrooms.
I think that's more liquid than the vial actually contained.
I think that's more liquid than that vial could possibly contain.
Also, what did he have in that vial?
Well, something that he'd been working on for some time, apparently.
Man, he is still tripping.
Yeah. And where it says, failure is not an option. We've never lost an American in space before, and we're certainly not going to on my watch. Ooh, what was that from?
Apollo 13, perhaps?
Oh, man, you might be right, but I do not remember.
Like if I was a scientist,
Wow.
I'd just peace out at this point.
That was like
I'd
the
be like,
most
you know what?
emotional rant I've ever heard. Yeah, probably the lab coat.
I mean, I know. Whenever I worked at places like Baskin Robbins, I wouldn't go other places with my Baskin Robbins shirt on. I'd be like, you know what? No, I'm changing. But scientists would actually go somewhere in a lab coat.
Okay, so just so you know, I do not understand this. I don't get it. It's just one of those things. Every single one of this guy's movies has this guy in it, where he's got this hair thing over him.
Okay, now I'm going to have to watch the rest of his stuff.
Well, like
I think this is the real story.
I will say,
if
some of those movies are very disturbing.
Yes, John, that is a great beard. Fake beard, but still great.
I never thought I would hear John say that about a strap-on. I'm just saying.
You know, it's interesting. I once worked with a guy who looked just like Lab Coat. He was a professional engineer in charge of making sure all our virtual machines were up to date with all the software we use to program everything. Can't think of his name, but I'm pretty sure it's a different guy. Mostly sure. And frankly, if I could think of his name, I'd probably say it wrong.
Beer is for drinking. What do you think it's for? Yeah, I don't understand why they were acting like, oh, whoa, man. It's like light beer. What are you freaking out about? It's not like they were like, hey, let's go driving. He's like, they're just sitting down having some beers.
And frankly, if you go to a B&B and you don't want to be with people, like, what are you doing being in the main room? I bet he's okay. Oh, yeah. That's totally legit sound effects right there.
Yeah.
Also, I barely sit on the same couch as my family members, let alone two random strangers. Like, obviously my immediate family, my wife and kids, sure. But like my other immediate family, the family I grew up with, we don't sit on the same couches. Like, that's weird. How do you describe the family you grew up with? They're obviously your immediate family, but at some point they stop being your most immediate family?
Well, then you just say they're not my immediate family anymore. Mercer says this movie is better than my novel, and Thomas wants us to switch to Discovery. Wow.
Thomas, did you get another injection?
Now, I don't know if you noticed at this point, but remember when the real estate guy pulled up, he crashed into the other guy's car, and there's been no mention of that at all.
And now, they're besties. Okay.
I mean, but there's no mention, like, even when he first crashed, nobody came out and said anything about it. There was no confrontation. There was nothing. They just...
True, is throwaway gag.
Yeah, there's yeah.
Not a particularly good one.
Yeah. Oh, no. Watch out for this guy.
Ugh. Okay, Michael, you live in Tennessee. You know there's a guy like this nearby.
Are you kidding?
He's always just going through the underbrush.
3 doors down, dude. Did you not see my video about the guy with the flags in front of his house?
No, I didn't. But this is so true. Like, this resounds with me. The guy going through the underbrush.
Galactica 1980 or Discovery, which is worse? I can't call that one, Robert. I can't call that one. That's too tough for me. Both are horrible.
Which episode of Discovery? Like all of it on the whole, or a very specific episode? Because there were at least individual episodes of Discovery that weren't the worst.
You know, look at that machete he's holding. You can tell it's a cut piece of wood.
It's not that hard to get a real machete, and they're pretty cheap.
But he's holding the blade with his hand.
I mean, my mom literally has like 5 machetes just sitting in her garage.
Okay, that's kind of scary.
But they were my brother's. Once he moved out, he never took them with him, so they just sit up there. But still, it's like, these are not expensive things.
Death is real, that's true. Can't deny the logic there.
So they saw the cameraman being dragged off, and they're like, do you think this is real?
Mm-hmm. Oh, look.
The machete guy's in shock. I used to have a camcorder like that. You know, in like the 90s.
Oh, here, you're going to want to pay attention to this one.
Kapla. I don't know who's in control of this camera, but... Oh. Whoops. Yeah. Obviously.
Pay attention.
Oh, wow. Whoop. Okay, I gave them that laptop in good faith.
Oh, best wood chopping scene since Captain America Civil War. Come on, look at this. Intense wood chopping right here. I swear she's going to get that stick cut in half in less than 16 hours.
Now, to be fair, I think that's about as strong as she could do it in real life.
You may be right.
She is very petite.
Alex, I noticed your old movie reviews are absent. Why were they removed? Did YouTube bully you? Not exactly. So there was some YouTube bullying, but I also removed a lot of my stuff because I just did not feel in good faith that they reflected me being a good steward of just being a public person. I think that I said some things that were inappropriate and that I should rethink the way that I said some things, especially like with the Last Jedi review in particular, the fact that I said F you Rian Johnson over and over and over, and I think that was completely wrong.
Fair enough. I did love those. I hope you release them someday.
I want to do them over, but the thing is, I made it too personal because as much as I was angry with Rian Johnson's creative choices, I don't want it to be a hate attack against Rian Johnson because Rian Johnson is a human being.
Sure.
And so, you know, we have to be careful about that. Because you know what? No matter what you do, somebody's going to love it and somebody's going to hate it.
Yeah. Also, they're incredibly blasé right now about the fact that someone just died.
Oh yeah, no big deal.
A folder of women, you might say.
Wow, that was loud.
Great timing. Okay, but at the end of the movie, I just want him to like wake up, like, you know, go to sleep, and then wake up at the end of the movie and like, oh wow, I do not know what I took. What has been going on?
John, I've heard Knives Out is pretty good. I haven't seen it though. Yeah, good time for dusting.
Oh, she's trying to wipe the blood off
Oh, I see.
because clearly the blood would have made it inside the VHS recording area. Because everything uses VHS these days. Ha! The name of this thing is Last Man Standing. That's Tim Allen's show.
Yeah.
I think this guy has some grounds for suing. Clearly, this is a ripoff. What Tim Allen did was a ripoff of this guy right here.
Did you see it?
Oh, yes.
Did you see the beast?
The thing of nightmares right there.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Blah. But
Mercer's going to bed. Got to find normal. All right, Mercer, have a good one, my friend.
that was a low day for me. He didn't even know he was talking to me. I thought we were friends.
So does that mean,
I got fired just because my name wasn't Chet.
So you're not working then?
You know, I got placed somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
But it hurt. I thought I'd been working my way up. He knew it was me at the end. I was fine, by the way. Apparently people couldn't see I found a random lawnscape guy who had some water. So I did have water in the end. But I walked off, so I kind of forgot to queue up the next thing. I got there eventually. Sure, sure. Gotta get the wand proportions correct. I'm pretty sure it's just like backwards Latin. You should be fine. Ooh. Sometimes you stumble upon that backwards Latin without even realizing it, man.
Donnie's in the house, says, hey, hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Riley says, you have to be very careful on YouTube right now. Private and even deleted videos with hate speech and then get your channels in a lot of trouble. Very true. Look at that nerd, says Thomas. Mr. CDV says, I heard your body absorbs water in the end better than through your mouth. I've never heard that. Sorry for the delay. I was and still am continuing redoing my recreation of Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. That's all good. And Tom says that wand would never work, where obviously it did work to a certain extent. And just unfortunately worked at shrinking my head. Took me years to get my head back to normal size.
That's why you paused the Round Table YouTube channel.
Yes, you found me out. All right, so now she's going to make food, I guess. Because why not? That makes sense.
Johnny, Johnny, you need to join me on Discord, and whenever you do one of these music things, you need to send a link for us, so we can hear your recreations. She couldn't buy legit balsamic vinegar. They had to do a printer paper of it.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's just they couldn't, like, get permission from any brand name to use it.
Also, I actually had heard that Mr. CCDV, not specifically that the body does absorb water in the end better than through the mouth, but that people do chugging a beer through the end, and it's actually really dangerous because of how well it absorbs the alcohol.
Which is something that Matthew actually likes to do.
It's an upside down kegger thing, and it's weird. Commodore Ty, how did I feel after my 5-hour bike ride? I had to take a nap at the end of it, but the next day, I mean, I felt fine. I went on another bike ride today. It was just a short one because I didn't have much time, but you know, I felt fine.
I was thinking
I got a little sunburned
doing something like that, but I don't know if I have the ability to do it. Yeah, because you look like a mushroom. He literally just held his arm out for it to bite him.
I mean, who legit pets a mushroom?
Well, you know, you see a cute plant in the forest and you just want to give it a little pat on the leaf, I guess.
Do you? I mean, I'm not here to judge this WWE guy, but I am.
Well, oh, don't worry. The violence is just beginning.
No, mushrooms totally kill people. Like most mushrooms kill people. Robert, I do need to plan my route better. I got a couple things I'm trying right now.
I need some of that.
I'm totally taking this medicine. Do you?
Wait a minute. Are you 12 years old?
Well, no, it's just, you know, her grandparents died at like year 3, and then her parents died at like year 7.
I'm really confused about her age then. Okay.
Oh, the training montage scene.
Yes, but why are they training to fight with sticks? I mean, and why are they smiling about it?
I want to see Shadversity deconstruct this fight scene. Have you watched Shadversity?
Oh, yeah, I've seen him.
I'd love for him to go over this.
Well, he would probably say, these guys are idiots, and they're drunk, and they're fighting with big sticks.
All right, so what you have here is two drunk men, and they're not even trying. They're clearly just hitting each other's stick. They're not even trying to hit each other.
Well, at least your accent sounds much more convincing than Bird, I have to say. Good job.
Thank you. It's I'll thank the White Russian.
Yeah, you should have another one. I was very impressed. Sorry if I sound a little loopy there. It's just that I'm on a lot of drugs right now. And I'm watching a movie about killer mushrooms. It's about to get really, really psychedelic here. The drugs are kicking in at just the right time for me because I know what's about to happen. And man, yeah.
Why are they still here? Like, he got bit by a giant mushroom, and then mushroom grew out of his feet. Chipmunk-sounding mushroom. And he's still like, I think I'll stay here.
Yeah. That pretty much sums it up. I mean, I would already have left. That's a hand.
So this guy's like just straight up crazy. He's not even trying at this point.
Yeah.
We're trying to hide it.
And PJ, thank you so much. Throws a couple of bucks into the chat. Says, good to see you back in the saddle. Well, I'm definitely not in the saddle, PJ. I am more like being drugged behind the horse. But I am very, I'm here. I'm on a lot of drugs. Oh, yeah. Look at this dead body. Look at the dead body.
Oh, that's wonderful.
One of the best cadavers I've ever seen in motion picture history. It looks like is that Bert or Ernie? I'm not sure which, but yeah.
Someone on your Discord a while back ago did a funny meme in which Bert and Ernie were like two radio show talk host people, and they saw the end of the world like a comet hitting the earth. And, Bert, he, does up his tie. He's like, how do I look, Ernie? And Ernie looks at him and goes, what's your eyes, Bert?
Oh, jeez. And PJ with another $5 says, you guys should have invited Kurtzman. I hear he's obsessed with shrooms. Dude, I don't know if you're watching. If you haven't clicked on the link, come on, man. It's about to get seriously psychedelic, man. And if you have any kind of mind-altering substance, take it now and take it hard because it's about to get really weird in here. And I mean, like, really weird. And let's see. Josh says, did you pull that fight scene from when Laura and Bird were practicing from their shirtless dancing, singing duet music video? Josh, trust me, this gets way worse. Way worse. All right, so you just got the tiniest sample of what's coming here.
What?
Hey, why not?
Like, they could have at least used a real Nerf bat or something.
Yeah, I know. So,
Oh, man, I really wish I could remember that guy's name I used to work with. I'm really curious how he's doing now.
yeah. And so, again, guys, I'm absolutely serious. $5 and this can be yours. Link in the description. Go to this guy's website. Buy the DVD. Give this guy a great weekend where he's going to get a bunch of orders out of the blue. And he's got a bunch of movies, but order fun. Look at this. Look at this.
I could see this being on YouTube. This scene right here.
Right.
Just upload this one clip, and everyone would be like obsessing over what does it mean? This is clearly some sort of creepypasta thing. You'd have people like Matt Pat from the Game Theory talking about like this is clearly something important. There's some bigger lore going on here with this guy and his shroom child.
He's reading stories to a mushroom with fangs.
And lipstick.
Yeah, why not? I hope you have more alcohol, Matthew.
No, that was regrettably the end of it.
You should probably have some. Come on, how often do I get major surgery? Come on. You don't understand, man. Yeah.
That's a leap. Like he hasn't seen them interact at all. How does he know this?
Because he's a scientist.
Trust the science. You literally don't even have to think about it, bro. Just trust the science.
Mm-hmm.
Please tell me this guy's about to die.
Okay, this guy's about to die.
Nope. That's a quick turn to murder right there.
Well,
This guy's insane. Let's kill him. What are you, someone from the 30s in Germany? I mean, come on, man.
Oh, he's feeling that spontaneous combustion coming on. Yeah, just take his head in the freezer. This is looking bad, man. This is looking really bad. The shrooms are coming.
Who did whacked out guy?
I'm not sure. And Orville Nation, Mrs. Anti-Trekker found this movie. Ah, there it is.
It grew. Dang, it grew. I like to think the mom's in that. You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a mushroom man. No time to talk.
Oh, look, it grows that.
Ha, 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 ha. Fungicide. The mushroom is putting up its dukes. Wow.
Hey, this mushroom fights back.
This makes me think of, I think it was Hot Shots, where like a leg just randomly came straight up and kicked the guy. A chair? It has a folding chair! Like it's WWE!
I tried to tell you, man, you need drugs for this movie.
He's trying to tap out. Yes, John, give him the chair!
When is the torture, Matthew, the 48-hour director's cut of The Last Jedi? I don't know when we're going to get to that one. I think first we have to go through the 48-hour all Fast and Furious movies.
Oh, gosh. I haven't seen one of them.
Exactly. That's why I wanted that. That would be a blast.
I've intentionally not seen one of them even.
That's the beauty of it. When you see how crazy they've gotten, and to think about that these are some of the most successful movies in the. I mean, oh yeah, there we go. Good thing they had that cheap wooden machete.
Let me wipe this ketchup off you.
Yeah. Well, I was in the can. How you doing?
I'm sure there was only one of them. What harm could happen? Oh, yeah. Mushrooms spread through spores. My bad.
Whoopsies.
Did I do that? You know, they really should have made one quick reference to something like, we need to get out of here. We can't. The real estate guy crashed our cars. We're stuck.
Not one reference to the car crash. They just kind of, yeah. Oh, okay. So
Those are like super spores.
yeah.
Now, he should have done his research because people are actually buried in concrete these days. There were too many floods happening in which the caskets were being found far away from their grave sites. So now you actually have to put the casket in the ground and then bury it in concrete.
However, that's not necessarily true if it is a Jewish cemetery.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, Jewish cemetery, there's concrete on top, but not underneath.
To be fair, I do think that's how they did it down here also.
Is he laughing or crying?
Yes. I think I would have started running at some point, but that's me.
But I think he's enjoying it just a little too much. And it sounds like the mushroom is eating an apple.
Yes. Now I want an apple.
And now there's a paper mache mask of a guy next to a hand. Oh, look, it's Matthew.
I was about to say the same thing. I was like, that's what it sounded like on my stream.
At least we didn't have to see the belly button.
You saw that.
Yes. Thomas had to send me
I
a picture.
thought I was out of frame. But I earned that burp. That was a well-earned burp. I make no apologies for that one. I do apologize about the belly button, though.
Oh, look, it's a hooker. And she's not being played by the same girl that was in the B&B.
Really? Really?
What?
Choking is extra! A mushroom driver.
Yep. Antitracker's slumping more and more by the end of this live stream to be upside down. Well, yeah, I tell you, it's hard for me to sit up, and the drugs are definitely kicking in, so I apologize. So is it making out with the gnome, or just what's it doing there?
Nomeo, oh Nomeo.
Of the Fast and Furious movies. I do. I think they're fun. So I don't have a problem with all the craziness, all the nuttiness of the later Fast and Furious movies. I absolutely plan on seeing the Fast and Furious 9, as insane as it sounds that there's a ninth Fast and Furious movie. And yes, they have cars that swing over cliffs, and I'm just waiting for them to jump a car up into the moon or something.
They've been in space from what I've heard.
Well, no, they haven't gone to space yet, so I don't think.
Also, he totally left that door open a second ago.
Oh.
Also, right there, I would have shut the door personally if a shroom came out of the toilet.
Wow, that.
Hey, lady, go kill yourself. Look in the toilet.
Got to give him credit. That was a great delivery there. I was just. Really? You think they took out the power?
Goodness knows if power went out in my room right now, it would be pitch black. There would be no other source of light. Oh, except, the windows all around me. Wait, what?
I can't even...
How did they get light back? It chewed through the lines.
No, it didn't. You were just... You thought they were.
Also, that sword better be Chekhov's gun by the end of this.
Oh, don't worry. We're just getting started, baby.
So, he does realize, that's not actually killing them, right?
I don't...
That's not actually killing them, right?
No, I think it is, actually.
If this is all it took, I'm unimpressed.
Oh, wait. Just wait.
Okay, the fight music kicked in. Okay, I'm impressed now.
Yeah, oh, it's getting good now.
Oh no, they're like the Borg. They've adapted to swords.
Never seen the moon.
Meanwhile, with the Bruce Almighty moon.
Yeah. Hey, is that Bird of Prey?
Which one?
Well. And then my parents booked me a trip here for some reason. It was just, I don't think the writer knows how mushrooms work. You think?
I almost choked on a mushroom once. Now, little known fact, this director, he's going to make a kind of Cruella-like film in which it turned out that a mushroom killed the wrestler guy's mother. And it really justifies his hatred of mushrooms.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there's a realtor guy. I forgot about him. Is that how a fungus works? I don't think I've ever seen a mushroom on a fox.
Start thinking
because
about...
it was...
stop trying to think real world and start thinking Star Trek Voyager.
Voyager doesn't go that bad with the science.
If we could just create an inverse tachyon pulse to create a phase variance within the fungus, they would all simply mutate into non-existence.
That was beautiful technobabble.
And that would be... Yeah, see? Well, what did I tell you?
I like Voyager was so just grab a bowl of popcorn, turn off your brain when it comes to science, and just enjoy whatever B plot is going on with the people.
Robert says, though in real life, Dom's Charger would have blown the doors off that tuner of Paul Walker's in the first Fast and Furious. I don't know enough about cars to be able to say, Robert. I really don't. I just know that cool cars and fun movies.
Well, a little bit ago, we missed a comment from John. He was wondering if it was Lore who came up to the car.
Yeah. Hey, you want to know about Jesus?
There's no such thing as hooker-client confidentiality. Chung chung.
Oh, Lordy. I got to find that clip. Ah, yes. Uh-oh, here they come. You thought the battle was over, but it was just begin. Oh,
It vomited a skeleton.
Yes, it did.
And burped.
For no apparent reason.
So I actually could see fungus taking over the world if it was sentient. I mean, even if you killed it, you'd have to find some way to stop it from sporing everywhere. It's kind of like the original zombie. It feeds off the dead.
Well, you know, they still got power. Make some coffee.
Magical power.
You know, somebody.
You know, I think self-preservation... Yeah, self-preservation would have kicked in a little bit by now.
Look, I got these toy guns here. Why don't we use them? Wow.
I've been holding on to these. I know you went commando out there with a machete last night, but I got all these guns, so let's do something.
And yes, Mr.
And remember
CCTV,
that
it vomited up a skeleton. Yeah, you were not. Yes, you saw that correctly. Yeah, you see the sword over your head?
Remember how there was a toilet, a fungus in the toilet?
Oh, look.
I don't think they do. We make our own destiny.
See, this was just a scene where she was like, I just went to the bathroom. You know, that was like the whole point of that shot there.
I'm going to spin the guns poorly, kind of just do my best to get them in the pockets there.
Yeah. Told her what? You didn't tell them anything. Did he tell them any useful information throughout this?
No.
And why are they
No, in
avoiding
fact,
stepping on the little mushrooms? Shouldn't they be stomping on them, if anything?
They should be cooking them to make sure they can't spore.
Right.
Also, I'm starting to feel bad about having that guy tied up. Like he has a mental issue, and I'm starting to feel like a little discriminatory by having him restrained.
You know.
Oh, hey, it's the sword.
Yep. Bam! He is just shattering them. You know, it always
even ones that aren't there.
It really makes me feel special to see a fat middle-aged guy charging into battle.
Yes. Goodness knows when I go to the firing range and I shoot a gun, my whole body rocks. Like, I have to thrust my pelvis forward a little bit each time I take a shot. Eat your heart out in the Matrix. Yes, Mr. CCTV, they entered the cheat code. They have unlimited ammo.
Yeah. Now,
Well, you see, what's actually happening is just off. Every time he goes off frame, he like swaps out a clip. So it's not unlimited ammo.
it knocked the gun out of his hand, so now it gets serious. I like the sound effects. Like, we're seeing some really cool moves here. Oh, good thing they practiced with sticks.
What? He has telekinesis?
Yeah, apparently. You didn't know mushrooms had telekinetic powers?
Clearly one of the other people do, because remember, they suck the blood
Yep.
and they get their powers. So it
Everybody,
must have been the
grab a
drunk guy in
stick.
the woods.
Quick, everybody grab a stick. It's the only weapon against them.
I'm glad that mushroom came to the front to attack instead of like attacking him from behind.
Yeah, where it clearly had the advantage.
I think they were better off when they were small and just vicious biters.
Yeah. So apparently if you shoot
5, 6, that's it.
if you shoot over them, they explode?
Yep. 7, 8, 9,
look,
10,
Look at where she's shooting.
11. Okay, there we go. It was just a 11 shotter.
Uh-oh.
11 shotter? Wow.
That, 12, 13,
Oh.
14, 15?
It just jammed.
Yeah.
I didn't know that a revolver could jam like that, but
Yeah.
okay. Oh no, I'm being pushed back by a fungus that's flashing a red light at me?
Yeah. But you see, like I said, sticks is the ultimate combat.
I remember in college, a buddy of mine, my roommate, and I got some wooden swords, and this is about the quality of fight we had.
No, I would be.
And we
willing to
thought we were
bet it
pretty
was-
awesome for it.
I'll bet you did better.
He's kind of going the Obi-Wan path. Just hold the lightsaber up and let the end come. What sound effect do you think they're using for this?
I think they literally just recorded them hitting the sticks together. No,
Did he use magic?
I think so.
Oh no.
It peed on him. It peed
I
on
hope it's pee. No, green silly string, my weakness. Oh no, Frankenstein's monster has come to claim him. Ouch, no, you really hurt my hand there.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's like, ow, dang. Just for that, I'm gonna pee on you.
Belly button acid, activate.
Are they really acting like that's a cool move?
It's about the level my son does.
Is it farting?
I just literally farted on him. It literally farted out mushrooms.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we got farting, we got peeing, and we got sticks.
Ranya and the last shroom.
The last shroom bender.
I could literally see an anime like this, where like 100 years ago, the last mushroom was born to our world. Now he roams the last dynasty of China, searching for the way of the samurai. Yes. One of those fully automatic handguns I've heard so much about.
Also with unlimited ammo. And yes, Thomas, they wear shoes, because why not? What? See, Matthew, aren't you so glad you're watching this? I think you feel like you've taken some psychedelic drugs right now, don't you? Are you okay there, Matthew? Oh, did I lose you? Matthew, you there? Uh-oh, I lost him. Let me see. Can we pause the movie? Hopefully. Oh, and now the movie's still playing. Says we still got everybody. Well, shoot. Hopefully, guys, let me know you're still there in the chat. I think Matthew, we lost him for a second. Hopefully he'll make it back in. Yeah, I think we may have finally broken the Kurogan brainwashing on Matthew. Hopefully he'll make it back in a moment. And let me see. Yeah, it looks like the YouTube part of the stream is fine. And yeah, Matthew I just completely lost on StreamYard, so we'll see if we get him back. He has the link. Hey, Deej, how you doing? I'm going to try to text him. Man, he's missing the best stuff, man. More mushroom farts. I wish I could pause it. Oh, there he is. There you are.
Yeah, there I am. I haven't missed anything.
Okay.
I've seen the whole thing. It's just OBS crashed on me apparently.
Okay. I was
I don't know
man,
how
you're
long
missing some
that
of the
happened.
most incredible entertainment in cinematic history. And in fact, probably the only movie that can truly give you the experience of taking psychedelic drugs without actually taking psychedelic drugs.
I mean, now apparently it's frozen on me. I don't see what's happening.
Really? You can't see the movie now?
Yeah, it's buffering for me.
Oh, I'm seeing it.
I see the real estate agent's about to be like devoured.
All right, see, a guy just lost his hand. Yeah, real estate agent just lost his hand on mine. You can't see that?
Okay. There we go. Oh, and he lost his head.
Yes. And now they're farting at the lady.
Oh, yep. I see it.
Okay. Now the
This,
guy's choking out his little mushroom. Nothing symbolic there. Absolutely
Nope.
nothing symbolic. Nothing at all. About a man. Nope. Absolutely nothing symbolic about this scene. Moving on.
Let me just get the camera angle such that it looks like it's right between his legs.
Yeah.
But nope, nothing symbolic. Yeah. Oh no, the real estate agent. She was my favorite character.
And Deej, I will tell you, you missed the best movie night with Matthew. I think Matthew would have to agree on this one, wouldn't you?
Oh, this is cinematography at its finest.
Well, not just cinematography. I mean, look at these. Look at this. I mean,
Look, guys, just throw punches. I'll fix it in post.
the Avengers can't compare to this.
Now, you may think this scene makes no sense, but honestly, in Tennessee, guns just be laying on the ground everywhere.
That's true. That is true.
You just walk around, bend over, yep, here's a handgun. Let's move forward. Or Chicago. I mean, either way. But I'm pretty sure this is more Tennessee than Chicago.
I think this is, honestly, I think this is just a documentary about Tennessee.
What's this?
It's,
Water?
It's that bottle of vinegar.
Oh no! My one weakness! Napalm?
You know, because that's how vinegar works.
Balsamic vinegar. Who knew it? Their one weakness makes them blow up like a bomb. A barrel. What the crap?
That's something.
Who keeps a barrel of balsamic vinegar anywhere?
I think a barrel is like, what, 55 gallons, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of vinegar. However, and if it's that explosive, which it's not, I mean, it's just vinegar. That's enough vinegar to like level the neighborhood, right?
Right? I've often thought about getting one of those blue 55-gallon plastic drums and setting up like a little compost bin thing.
Yeah. Don't put any balsamic vinegar in it.
Yeah, not unless I want to explode.
Yeah.
Huh.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna drop my gun.
You know what? He's done. He's not playing games anymore. He hasn't.
Flame on.
Oh, by the way, I know, Deej, you haven't seen it. So he takes prescriptions to prevent him from spontaneously combusting. No joke. So he's not taking his pills. So I guess he's just going to spontaneously combust. Except it's not really spontaneously combusting if he does it on purpose.
Right? Should I say self-sacrifice? I don't feel like this moment was earned.
Yeah.
Darn.
Yeah. Wow. That was a powerful emotional moment where my friend has just died. Well, let's go blow up the neighborhood with your vinegar.
I'm gonna level with you. I didn't like him very much. Oh darn! He sacrificed himself. I just killed like 100 of those stupid shrooms, and he took out 5 of them. I don't even care, man.
And Thomas thinks I had too much to drink. What are you talking about, Thomas? And yeah, that would be about $10,000 worth of balsamic vinegar. I mean, that stuff is not cheap.
Okay, I was about to say, who legitimately has a secret trapdoor hidden in their carpet? But the answer is this guy. They literally opened a trapdoor.
And has a fuse leading to her high-end cooking vinegar.
Right? Like, this guy legit had a trapdoor hidden in his carpet to this area.
Yeah. And had a pre-wired fuse going to her vinegar that sent out a Praxis-style shockwave that only affected mushrooms, apparently, because it went right through them. Oh, look, and affected the CGI mountain range that apparently they're near.
That's covering the whole mountain. That is explosive.
Yeah.
Now, man, get your hands off my wife. That's not cool.
Let's see. Robert says a certain political official didn't get a very warm welcome in Texas. Loved it. Don't mess with Texas, right? Live with Matthew. I had no idea what
You shouldn't.
What political official? What? Huh?
Oh, that's probably Kamala.
Oh.
Trump came down here to the border, so Kamala finally had to, and I'm willing to bet she didn't get the warmest of welcomes. But frankly, no one likes her.
Well, duh.
Like that's not a diss against her. It's just like even her own party isn't really super fond of her.
Right.
It's her laugh.
Well, I think honestly everybody knows she just kind of is there to ride the coattails of Biden so she can become president. I mean,
when you have a vice president who says you're the worst person ever to her president and you need to apologize to me, you know that's not a good situation. Also, you should have done a better job with your bookbinding. That is not...
Hey, they printed like 5 of those.
Yeah, one for a black book, one for a red book, one for a green book.
By the way, that is him. The guy in the blue shirt, that's Mr. Wakavage, or however you say it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Dun dun. It's the lab coat guy. Part man, part fungus, probably. Hit him with a stick. That tends to work.
Don't worry. I've been experimenting with apples.
This poor man, he needs psychiatric help.
Well, like I said, this is pretty much a documentary about Tennessee. This is actually what, like, in the public education system here, this is what the PSAs look like in the schools. So there you go. Fungicide. Possibly...
It's worth the $5.
Possibly the greatest movie ever made.
I mean, yes, possibly. Not, but there's always a possibility.
Right. Well, I mean, it's definitely, it's one of those movies, for example, have you ever watched a movie that changed the aspect ratio as many times as this one did?
No. And you know what? I'll say this for it. So serious talk here about
choices.
Serious talk about fungicide. I think that if we had been given more motivation about why this guy wanted to end the world, and more of a build-up for him developing this, and just slightly cleaner special effects, this would have been a perfectly fine horror movie. Like this would have been on par with Shaun of the Dead if it had just been cleaned up in a couple key spots. Like, namely, give the guy a little bit more backstory, and have a multi-million-dollar special effects studio behind you to make your special effects look, really popping out there. Because it's not a bad plot. Eco-terrorist wants to show humanity that they're destroying the world, so he gives the shrooms the power
I don't know if
to...
you're looking, but they're showing bloopers here. Oh, they're trying. Yeah. Which I always love when they do that kind of thing.
Oh, yes, I'm seeing the bloopers. But we've seen this plot. The eco-terrorist wants to show the world you need to be put in your place. So, all in all, it's not a bad plot for a movie.
Right.
I think if he had taken 20 minutes to really develop this scientist character instead of just like, oh, I'm crazy. And this is one of the issues that I think he did face, that he set up the scientist to be crazy, that he intentionally wanted to have a plant character or plant creature kill people. But then the only reason it started was because he accidentally tripped and it happened to fall on some fungus. No, make it on purpose. Make him intentionally do this. And I think
Right.
he would have had a better movie.
I think that's the big problem, is that like he finishes his formula and then immediately goes out to this Airbnb. And so there should have been a reason for that. Like he was looking for the perfect place to conduct his field experiment.
Yeah.
And so that there should have been a reason he was going to this place, rather than, hey, mom and dad booked him a stay at this B&B and he happened to have he just developed secret formula and he tripped and spilt it on some mushrooms.
Yeah. So, I mean, you take that stuff, and yeah, he's clearly doing this on his own budget. And he's clearly doing all the special effects himself. And yes, this was 2002, 18, 19-ish years ago.
2007, actually, I think he did it. Oh, wait.
Okay,
Wait. There's a post-credits scene here.
Okay. So, I mean, what you can do with a computer has come a long way. Gapla. Oh no, Doc. Are you okay, Michael? Michael? Oh, poor Michael.
Yeah, see, Bird's just trying to get me set up. I left that in there just because I know I think Bird didn't think I would have the balls to leave that in there, but no.
I mean, I'd be interested to see what he could do today, where if he took the modern, just took some stock footage even that we can get at our fingertips all over the web today, and maybe cleaned up the pacing just a little bit, and I think this would be a fine B-real horror movie.
Oh, I could absolutely see it done. Because, an interesting thing about mushrooms, like and I mean, we're joking about Tennessee, but it's actually an interesting thing and we see this frequently here, is that there are some species of mushrooms that literally pop up overnight here. Like we'll be walking, we'll get up in the morning and there'll be this huge patch of mushrooms next to our driveway that just wasn't there the day before. I mean, they grow overnight, like insanely quickly, and then within a day or two, they're dead and gone. And so you could realistically, take that weird life cycle of the mushrooms here and build that into something like that. You could try to make that a little more realistic and try to make something work. And with modern digital effects, you could definitely make it so that you weren't having mushrooms fart and pee and wield sticks. Right. And where you just went completely crazy at the end.
And I do think talking about the suddenly popping up, that is such an important part of horror films. The build up, where you're always waiting for the moment where things turn bad, and letting yourself breathe like that, where have the goo fall on the mushrooms, and then take like another 10 or 15 minutes for that actually to turn into something.
Right.
Like that's such an important part of horror film, where you just let people increasingly grow and they're oh crap, when is it going to go down?
Right.
Which is something that Hitchcock had nailed to a T. In his movie Birds, you had the first attack from the birds, and then things like seemed to be calm and quiet, and the audience was able to catch its breath just for him to turn around and really hit you with the horror.
And if I were going to do a version of Fungicide, then and I actually think it would be fun to do. I mean, if I had the money, I would absolutely do it. because thinking about it, what would be brilliant about the idea of fungicide is that you start out with a small little mushroom patch, and these mushrooms, like, somehow they're mobile and they like try to latch on to people. Kind of like, I mean, in the silliness of the movie, how it's obviously a hand puppet trying to bite people. You do something like that, but with a little more realism, so that the mushrooms are moving more like, say, slugs would or something, and they're like sliding on the ground, and they like, they're slimy, and so they're kind of acidic or something. And the person does something to kill it and whatever, and then it's like throws it out into the street, and you see it, like, because in the hot sun it dries up, and you see it kind of dust and turn into dust and kind of disintegrate into the wind. And then they're trying to figure out what the heck was that all about, and where did it come from? And they say, well, and they start researching it through the day, and you realize, well, mushrooms can grow up overnight. Which is true. Mushrooms tend to grow at night. And then they just start looking up how they work as far as how fungi grow and all that. But then where you freak out about it is when you realize that a mushroom contains millions of spores. Mm-hmm. And so when it turned into dust, and that dust scattered on the wind, now there's millions of them out there. And so what's going to happen tomorrow morning? And that's where the horror comes in, is the preparation for what's to come.
And John, he's saying that he thinks that we've given it the story more thought than the writer did.
Sure.
I'll say this. I could not write a movie, like not even this level of movie. I can watch a movie and then give some very astute critiques, but I recognize I can't write a movie. So I don't think I could put more thought in the story than he did. It's just me being an armchair quarterback. I can go, oh yeah, by the way, you should do this.
And by the way, and let's not forget, this guy, you can go to Troubled Moon Studios. The link is in the description for this stream, and you can, and all of his movies, including Fungicide, are for sale there. $5. That's all he's charging. Yes, it's a silly, stupid movie. It's just, and I've talked to the guy via email. We've gone back and forth a little bit. He just loves silly, cheesy movies, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's kind of why we're all here right now. And so,
I can get a suburban Sasquatch statue for $12.
Yeah, and so now we haven't watched Suburban Sasquatch yet, but that is in the queue, just so you know.
Oh, there's a coloring book for it.
Yes,
just for $4.
Suburban Sasquatch is his most successful film. I'm
quite interested.
Yeah, Suburban Sasquatch is there's only two movies, Fungicide and Suburban Sasquatch, that have been commercially successful, for lack of a better term. They've been picked up by the network Tubi, which it's not like ooh, big time network. I don't know if you know what Tubi is, but it's a free streaming service. So it's not like huge it's not like huge residuals or anything. However, they also were both picked up by Riff Tracks. And so
I see that.
Yeah, so you can actually get both of them on Riff Tracks. And I will tell you that the Riff Tracks on them is I can't remember which one we saw, but we saw one of them on Riff Tracks, and it was absolutely hilarious. But I wanted to, and I not because I'm a cheapskate. Grant, the Riff Tracks version is much more expensive, but I would rather give $5 to Troubled Moon Studios than give $20 to Riff Tracks, because the $5 goes directly to Dave, the guy that makes these movies, as opposed to $20 to the Riff Tracks guys.
Yeah,
and I would rather give $5 to Dave. because he's the guy that really made these movies. And I, like I said, I have got, I would, Matthew should write a movie about him hunting down an old lady while riding by. Honestly, as silly as it sounds, Thomas, it could be an absolute blast to make a movie like that. Think about this. You make a movie about an act, so Matthew, you started out, you start out with, no.
Title is Death from Your Left.
Actually, that absolutely works. You call Death from Your Left. The movie starts out, and you have it star Matthew, because look at that face, right? You got a perfect person as Matthew as the lead role. The movie starts out where he's getting up, he's getting ready. You have happy music playing. He's playing with the kids a little bit in the morning because he's a good dad, and he makes breakfast for the wife and everything. And he gives his wife a kiss, and he hops on his bicycle and rides off. And the happy music is playing and stuff. And then as he's riding down the bike path, and he realizes just a little too late that the bike path is a little too narrow, and he's trying to warn the little old lady, he's like, I'm on your left, and he doesn't quite hit her, but he comes close and almost hits the little old lady, but doesn't quite. Well, what he doesn't realize is that the little old lady is a voodoo queen, and
he keeps going. Going, doesn't stop.
Right, and so he tries to yell, "I'm sorry," right? But she very quickly starts taking notes as to what he looks like. She's like, and so then she starts sitting on benches and waiting for him and watching for him and stalking him, and he has no idea that she's doing this. And so then for some reason things start going wrong in his life, and he doesn't know what's going on, and she's casting hexes on him and ruining his life and doing all this stuff. You could absolutely make that into a weird, because you know what? How many thousands of horror movies do we have where some girl is being stalked by a guy psycho killer? When have we ever seen a guy stalked by a little old lady?
You go fun with it too, actually have the main character, me, hit the lady and panics and just bikes off, and then she starts to hunt him down with a cleaver knife kind of thing, from beyond the grave, haunting him.
I wouldn't even do that. I would make it so that because you make it so that from the guy's perspective, he didn't do anything wrong, because you don't want to make it so that you could see that he deserved it. You make it so he either missed her, or if he did hit her, he did stop, he did help her, whatever, but she's not satisfied. She is evil in the story. She is going after him because she is evil. And because we want to make sure that and who's he going to go to? Who is he going to turn to for help with this? Who's going to believe him that this sweet little old lady is making his life a living hell? Because
oh really? You can't handle a little old lady?
Yeah, and it's you don't understand. Everywhere I go, there she is.
What, is there a Girl Scout stalking you too, Matthew? Come on, get over it.
Right. And so, it could absolutely be, and just a total twist on the classic horror tropes, because we've seen, over and over and over, it's always the girl getting stalked. And the interesting thing is, because horror is supposed to be a kind of a combination of a few things, but, one of the reasons we tend to use female victims is because it feels a little more real. Because women, we tend to viscerally think of as weaker than men, and so when they're being stalked by men, we tend to instinctively think they're in danger more than if it's a male victim. But also sometimes horror tries to be a little bit of social commentary, and so I'm not talking about stupid slasher movies, but I'm talking about when horror is trying to be smart. And
what was the movie? It was the one with Jordan.
What, Get Out?
What lies beneath? Yeah, get out, get out.
Yeah.
Oh yes. But there's also one about doppelgangers, which everyone knows. Doppelganger is my favorite thing.
Yes.
What was it called? I forget. It's the one where like they ended up in a
Oh
hall
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
mirrors.
yeah, yeah. I know the one you mean. I can't remember. Now you made me forget.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. And think about this. What's the big thing that, as far as thinking about society right now, is demasculation, right? Is that men and white men in particular are being depowered in our society. And so what better way to represent that than to have a completely helpless white male character? And so I think that could absolutely work as a film.
How could we even like twist it more? So like make it seem like the white guy is going to be the one doing everything. Like you have the Matthew character out on his bicycle, and while he's out, a little old lady who shouldn't be driving like hits his wife's van while she's taking the kids to school, and they all die. And so the whole movie, you think that this Matthew character is like getting his revenge on people, and it turns out like it's actually the voodoo lady the whole time seeking Matthew out.
So are you saying you have a thing
this-
against little old ladies, Matthew? I think you're trying to. You really seem to be wanting to justify violence against little old ladies now.
You think they're sweet and innocent, but they're not, Michael. They're scheming.
See,
They know what you've done.
I'm telling you that you're making me very nervous now, Matthew. I mean, I understand that you have a thing, but but no.
They're evil, Michael. And you know what? JFK, there were 2 shooters.
9/11 was an inside job.
Totally. Earth is flat. Science is settled. I don't even know why we're having this conversation.
And Robert, Pamela Voorhees from the first Friday the 13th is it's funny because that was a twist, but it wasn't. I mean, the problem is that it was a twist that didn't go anywhere. It was a good twist, but that's all it was.
Yes, John. I am racist, sexist, and ageist. I go for all the ists.
Yeah, Matthew is just ist.
Yes. Give me enough time. I'm sure I'll find something to say homophobic. Excuse me. Transphobist. I'll find a way to get it all in there.
Ist and ix.
I try. Yes. And dolphinist. Dolphins are the worst, man. You think they're sweet, but they're not.
What is your problem with dolphins? I don't understand.
Oh, they go after you, man. You think they're being sweet? You give them a second, and they're like, they're up on you. I mean, people talk about how they procreate for fun. Oh yeah, they'll get you when you think they're being sweet and awesome.
And Mouthpiece, Drag Me to Hell and Thinner were both pretty decent. I actually liked Drag Me to Hell in particular. The ending for Drag Me to Hell was. Have you seen Drag Me to Hell, Matthew?
I have not.
Ooh, we got to put that on the list. It's a Sam Raimi film, and
Really?
yes, and it is a absolute cheesy horror film. But it's not a low budget one. But it's basically it's an intentionally cheesy film, but it's an intentionally Sam Raimi cheesy horror film. So
Are you sure it's intentionally cheesy?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's
Because we're talking Sam Raimi, the creator of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Yes.
Or the producer. Okay.
Have you the Sam Raimi didn't is oh goodness, now you're making me like he also did the Evil Dead films, right?
Bruce Campbell, I
Yeah,
believe?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Which, I mean, those were just masterpieces. Bruce Campbell's
but those were
Evil Dead
pure
were
and
just
utter
wonderful.
Yes, but those were pure and utter cheese.
Okay, yes, as much as I love them, yes, being
Okay,
objective,
so
they were intentionally cheese, yes.
Okay, so what Drag Me to Hell was basically it's like Evil Dead but dealing with curses, and so it's instead of a monster in the woods. So it's Drag Me to Hell, and it's got and again, please, people, do not spoil the ending for me. It's got a great ending, so. And so that it's one of those endings that you in particular will appreciate.
Ooh,
And
I'm intrigued.
yes. So anyway, so bottom line, I think this was a rather epic movie night with Matthew. Had a lot going on today.
It definitely kept coming. I didn't see all the twists and turns that you threw at me.
Yes, a lot of Bird of Prey 5. A lot of Bird of Prey 5 in there. A lot of old me from long time ago. Oh man, I can't believe I mean that. Those were basically, a lot of that footage was me learning how to do visual effects. And
You pulled it off nicely, like, especially where you shrunk your daughter and shrunk your own head. Those were pretty good, especially for it being 2006.
The one where I shrunk my, you notice that I actually dated it without intending to. The one where I was talking about the magic wand, because I said in celebration of the upcoming release of the final Harry Potter book. So
yes,
that kind of shows you where it is. So it makes it hard to lie about when that one was made. But that one, that was when I was first learning how to use After Effects, and so how to do that kind of stuff. And that was actually my first attempt at doing anything like that. And I just wanted to see if I could pull it off. I wish I had I wish I had that kind of software now, because I would love to do that kind of stuff now. I would love, honestly, if I could have it my way, just get a somewhat working body back. I wish I could make cheesy movies like this guy that made Fungicide and stuff. I would love to do that. If I don't care about getting rich, if I could just make a decent living doing it, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Now, okay, so Sam Raimi and his film Evil Dead.
Yes.
Would you classify that as a true horror film?
Yeah, it's a horror film. I mean,
like, we're talking about the Clautu Verto.
What was that?
That's exactly how the line goes with the Evil Dead.
Right.
Bruce Campbell goes up there and goes, Clautu Verto. It's like, oh, I said the word. I said the word. And he's trying to, convince the great beyond that he said it correctly. And of course he didn't. So, the dead rise and things go awry.
The interesting thing about Evil Dead is Evil Dead 2. Because Evil Dead is a little more serious than Evil Dead 2. But it's like, is Evil Dead 2 a sequel, kind of, sort of? I mean, is Ash the dumbest character in existence? Or is he evil and, like, part of a, like... Because does he not remember the fact that he was at this same cabin and found this same book and, like, went through this whole thing before?
Maybe it's an alternate dimension.
What are you talking about? It's the same character.
Well, it's the same guy, but maybe we're seeing this dimension's Ash go through the same events that the other dimension's Ash went through.
Now who's doing all the work for the writer? It makes no sense whatsoever.
This guy.
Evil Dead.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it does. It does make sense.
Yeah,
it does.
yeah, Evil Dead 2 makes no sense to me whatsoever. Even though Evil Dead 2 is an entertaining film, but it's like, he's like, oh wow, what's this? It's not like I can remember it from when I was here last year. It's like, what is going on?
Well, that just proves it's an alternate dimension. He can't be evil. He's a good guy.
Yeah, Manifesto's going to show up too, right?
Yes, and Doctor Strange, and they're going to fix everything.
But that's. But it is horror. It's just not, and the problem is that people confuse horror with it being scary. They think that
Fair enough. Fair enough.
They think that if it's not scary, it can't be horror. Well, horror is a genre. Scary is more or less how effective was it.
It's an emotion, yeah.
Right. And so, sometimes, good horror, because, sometimes just like, think about this, an action movie. Should an action movie be funny?
Ooh. Like, let's say The Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Action movie, but it's funny.
Well, think about this. Let's compare two action movies. The Avengers and Batman v Superman. See?
Okay.
They're both in the...
One's very serious.
They're both
and
in the...
one's...
Yeah, they're both in the same genre, right? But one of them is funny and the one of them is serious. And so just because Evil Dead is light-hearted doesn't make it not horror.
Okay.
And so it's just a lighter horror. It's not a dark, serious, gritty horror. Like it's not, like something from Eli Roth or something like that. Who, most Eli Roth films make me want to puke. But
I'm not familiar with his name. What's one of the movies he made?
Eli Roth. Let me look up his crap.
Eli Roth.
Yeah. He makes, if I remember correctly, he makes like torture porn films from my, Cabin Fever, Hostel.
Okay.
Which Hostel was.
I don't like that kind of.
Yeah. It's gore porn. And,
yeah, I don't like.
Yeah, The Green Inferno, which was a cannibal film, Hostel Part 2, just nothing but absolute hard, let's make it as gross and graphic and try to make it, basically the point of it is not to terrify you as much as to make you feel nauseous.
Like the Saw movies.
Well, the Saw movies, it's interesting because the Saw movies kind of cross both. There are some Saw movies where I find it interesting and some Saw movies where I find it disgusting. And in fact, it's interesting when a movie can cross over to for me on that, because if it's if they come up like the original Saw movie. The idea of the guy cutting off his foot was like, ugh, right? But that last shot of, have you seen the original Saw?
I recognized it for what it was. And I said, this is not the movie that I enjoyed. This is the movie that kind of, it repulses me, to be honest. Like, right. I can't handle that kind of, yeah.
No, I totally understand. But here's the thing. In the movie, there's a scene where the doctor is the main character of the movie. He cuts off his own foot to escape this death trap, and it is a grotesque scene. Even though they don't show it, it's not like one of those gross out close up shot kind of things. But it is like when he's doing it, you kind of see his face as he's reacting to cutting off his own foot, and you're kind of going, "Oh man, it's making you very uncomfortable." But the last shot of the movie is the big realization when you understand what the big mystery was the whole time. And you're like, wow, it all makes sense now. And you suddenly go, this was not just a stupid horror film. It actually had some intelligence behind it. Cabin in the Woods, I actually think was a good movie. But that's a deconstructionist film. I don't know. Have you seen that?
I don't think I have, and I'm pretty sure I am doing my usual Matthew thing and mistaking it for another movie, which was a romance movie about a person who had some letters in a cabin in the woods. Something about cabin on the lake, something like that.
Yeah, that's no, Cabin in the Woods was actually, you know who Chris Hemsworth is, right?
You know how I am with names, man.
It's
Chris Hemsworth, Thor.
There you go. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, there you go.
I was actually willing to bet money you were going to say Captain America, but good job. You said Thor. So yes, it is Chris Hemsworth's. Actually, if I remember correctly, he actually made the movie before he made Star Trek 2009. But the movie ended up on the shelf. It's one of those movies. It got made, then they were like, "Nah, we don't really want to put the money into finishing this film, so we'll just put it on the shelf." And then Chris Hemsworth became Thor, and they were like, "Oh crap, he's a star now. Let's bring that film out." And so then they dusted it off. They put the visual effects on the ending, and they released it. And it's a completely deconstructionist film on all horror. It explains the motivations behind every horror movie ever made.
Okay.
And I mean, quite literally, it breaks down every horror movie ever made. It's creepy the way they do it.
And what's the name of this one?
It's called The Cabin in the Woods.
Cabin in the Woods. Okay.
And we'll think.
What's the movie I'm thinking of? The romance movie. It's a cabin. There's a lake. The mailbox is like some sort of time travel machine somehow.
I haven't seen it. I know the movie you're talking about, but I haven't seen it, and nor do I.
I haven't seen it either, but I know that's the general idea behind it.
Right. I just
because Cabin by the Lake is a horror movie. Apparently.
Well, I know there's Cabin Fever, which is a horror movie as well, but which is an Eli Roth movie, if you remember correctly. But Cabin in the Woods is one of my all-time favorite horror films, and has got just one of the. Honestly, it's so funny because it's got, I would say, probably one of the best and worst endings of any horror movie at the same time, because it's like, yeah, it's just horrible and it's beautiful. It's one of those poetic justice kind of endings, but it's not. But it's not a happy ending.
The Lake House.
Yeah,
that's the name of it. The Lake House.
Yeah. But yeah, I like. But anyway, if it's got some intelligence behind it, Cabin in the Woods does. That gets you thinking about what's going on behind the scenes of the crazy maniac with whatever weapon they're trying to kill people with. That's fine. I don't mind seeing some blood splatter as long as there's a reason for the blood splattering.
Right. Like we've talked about this. Like
Right.
The Boys, where the very first scene where the girl steps off the sidewalk and gets just booshed.
Right.
It was excessive, but at the same time it served a larger purpose. Whereas later on in the same series, when the girl was enjoying an intimate moment with her landlord and crushed his head between her thighs, that was a moment without meaning.
Right.
Like it didn't really, yeah.
And the problem with The Boys is that they really got very gratuitous with it, and they did it just because they could.
Yes.
And that's a common and that's a problem where you go and the interesting thing about it is I love this conversation. It was an interview with what's his name? I always forget the guy's name. The guy that published Hustler magazine.
Oh, I'm gonna get the name right. We all know I am just 100% on names.
Flint, Larry Flint. So Larry Flint. It was
Seinfeld.
what? Seinfeld? No, Larry.
Yeah, Larry Flint. He was involved with Seinfeld, wasn't he?
No, he had nothing to do with Seinfeld.
Who am I thinking of?
I have no idea. Larry Flint was a pornographer. He was the guy behind Hustler magazine. He was an absolute.
There was some Larry who was like the number 2 of Seinfeld.
Yeah, but I don't know. But this has nothing to do with Seinfeld. Anyway, so Larry Flint
it does now.
Wow, dude. But
Larry David is the guy with Seinfeld. I apologize.
Just shut up. So Larry Flint, it was a very interesting interview. Was talking and he was defending pornography with another Hollywood person who was a filmmaker of quote unquote legitimate film, and this person was saying that look, I make real film. What you make is just vulgarity and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, really? He goes, there's no difference between what we do. And he was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, what I do is show people exciting moments that they want to see. And what you do and this person, I can't remember I wish I could remember. It was a long time ago in the 80s that I saw this. But the director that he was talking to was someone who was known for making big budget action films. And he says, what you do is show people exciting moments that they want to see. And then what we do is in between these exciting moments, we shoot a couple of scenes here and there to set up for when the next exciting moment's going to take place. And
was this a recent interview, like the past 20 years?
This was back in the 80s.
Okay.
Larry Flint is long dead now. But it's actually kind of true. And that's what gratuitous entertainment is all about. It's not about the story. It's not about the overall arcing concepts and exploring humanity. It's just about showing something exciting to people. It's action for action's sake. And so in the case of The Boys, it's about showing something graphic and gratuitous, whether it be sexual or violent or whatever. And so horror movie does it with graphic violence, and sometimes with sex, but more with violence, because weirdly enough, that's more socially acceptable is to do it with graphic violence and sex. I don't really understand why that is, but it is.
You're right. Yeah.
It's like, and like, think about this. On YouTube right now, it would be perfectly okay look at what the image that's on our thing right now. It has an image of me strapping you down with your eyes forced open while I'm torturing you and forcing you to watch something. Now, if Yitza could absolutely have it so that I have a drill going into your head and I'm splitting your skull open and picking out parts of your brain.
Just
right. I could be doing all sorts of horrific things to you, but if there was a girl behind you showing even the slightest bit of her nipple, that would be unacceptable.
Even like an adult toy would be unacceptable.
Right. And that's the weird thing about it, is that the most gratuitous, disgusting, vulgar, over-the-top violence is perfectly acceptable, but sex of any kind is absolutely taboo. It's bizarre.
That's an interesting point. I hadn't really thought about it before, but yeah, we're okay with violence a lot more than we are okay with sex.
And yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that, hey, we should have, pornography all over the place, but
sure.
But at the same time, I think that we should be a little more balanced with our approach on things.
Yeah. And Josh is saying, Matthew, back when I had to make a movie, I think I missed the first part of that thought.
What was that?
Josh Street is saying, Matthew, back when you had to make a movie. And I feel like I missed the first part of that thought, Josh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's referring back to. Had worse ideas. I think John's middle name should be Darwin. Matthew had a Kurogan moment. Didn't Cabin in the Woods also have an actor that played live-action Shaggy from the Scooby-Doo movies? I don't remember if he played Shaggy or not. I know what you're talking about. The dude that was the stone dude in that was absolutely hilarious. And Predator would be, well, Predator was that's a, you know, when you have movies like Predator and stuff, that's a movie that just kind of crosses over multiple genres. Yeah, so sci-fi horror. Alien did the same thing.
Aliens, yeah.
And
The Abyss.
yeah, but that's
Abyss.
you know,
It's kind of like one of those weird, almost horror movies. Like they try to make it horror, but at the same time, it was more intellectual.
remember, on one
at the
of
end
our
of the day.
on way back on one of our very first movie nights, we watched It: The Terror from Beyond Space, which was a horror sci-fi movie, which obviously Alien drew a lot of inspiration from.
Yes.
And
yes.
so, you know, that's nothing new, because horror and sci-fi actually kind of go along hand in hand, because the idea of, like, the reason that horror movies, haunted house movies in particular, are so popular is because you need to really make people feel trapped. The best way to do that is give them a confined space. The easiest way to set up a confined space is a house. Right. Well,
Yeah.
What better confined space that you could not possibly escape from than a spaceship?
Yeah.
Because you can't leave. You know, Matthew. It is when Anti-Trekker was talking about making movies in the '80s. Says Josh. Still not 100% sure what you mean, but
We might both be too far under the influence to really pick up what you're putting down there,
I'm
Josh.
just taking painkillers. I don't know what he's talking about, but but you know, it's you know,
Hey, we can keep this going. I gotta go Jaloja.
Okay.
But if you want to keep this going, we can.
if you're up to it, that sure. I'm good for a little while.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. So we'll stand by while Life with Matthew. You know, what you don't realize is that Live with Matthew didn't go anywhere. All he does is he stands up, like right now he's standing right in front of where his camera is. He drops his pants, and then he just lets it fly all over the place, like on his camera, on his microphone, his desk. It's just spraying away all over the place. Then, you know, and poor Mrs. Matthew tomorrow has to come back with a mop bucket and a sponge, start wiping it down. It's just so disgusting. I mean, Matthew is just, you know, so uncouth when it comes to that kind of thing. It's absolutely wrong. Kind of looks like when the mushrooms were spraying down those guys. It's really, really just messed up. But hey, that's just the kind of guy that Matthew is. So Matthew says the sci-fi horror movie split second. The sci-fi horror movie split second. I'm a little confused, Malfeas. I'm sure that what happened was somehow between my painkillers and, let's see, when the director had things pay off on, when the director had to set things up and pay off, unlike today when there really isn't a payoff to a setup. Well, in modern film, you're still, I mean, basically, you should still, like, the idea is that you set things up, you do the payoff and all that, just like you did back then. The difference is that there's just not as much emphasis on good writing. And the problem is that we think of it in the idea of setup and payoff when we should be thinking of it in the terms of character arc and stuff. So, for example, you know, we think about Matthew and his huge Jaloja problem where he's spraying down the office, and Mrs. Matthew and her problem having to clean up this mess. And we can think of that as an event, but then we need to develop a character arc where how did Matthew develop this problem, and how do we cure him of this problem, and then how does Mrs. Matthew, basically how is this problem put upon her, and how does she deal with it moving forward, and build a story arc out of this. That's what we don't do in Hollywood anymore. And so, unfortunately, instead we just show the spraying about and say, ooh, isn't that exciting? And, the spraying about isn't all that exciting, especially if you're talking about Life with Matthew. Nobody wants to see him spraying about. Well, most people don't anyway, unless you're Bird of Prey 5, apparently. But that's a whole other story. And I'm probably misunderstanding what both of you were talking about, I'm sure. But that's the power of oxycodone and stuff. Malfi says, I meant, have you seen the sci-fi horror movie Split Second? Rucker Hauer. Oh, no, there's a movie called Split Second. No, I have not. I apologize. Split Second is the name of the movie. And so, no, I have not heard. In fact, it's funny. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movies called Split Second. The oldest made in 1959. The most recent made in 2020, but there was a short film. Now, hey, you want to hear this horrible thing that we discussed while you were gone?
Obviously.
Okay. So we discussed what happens because, when you say you have to Jaloja, how you just cut to that screen of Bortus.
Yes.
Okay. So.
But the audio keeps going.
Right. Well, so I discussed what you actually do when you do that. So I say a lot of people...
I open a window.
No.
I open a window and go, Jaloja!
No, far worse than that. Far worse than that. So I say, what most people would assume is that you bring up that screen so that people can't see you, and you get up and walk out and go to your restroom or whatever and take care of business, and then you come back. But actually what you do is you bring up that screen so nobody can see you, stand up, and you just drop your pants and start spraying down the room. It's all over your microphone, on your camera, on your desk, everywhere. And then Mrs. Matthew has to come back with a sponge and a bucket and clean it up in the morning, and how horrible that is on her.
That's why I keep having computer problems, man.
See, I told you. Yeah.
If I just walked like half a foot, like, okay, 12 feet to the bathroom right next to me, like, but no, I can't handle it. I gotta put up the Jaloja, and I can't even go to the window right behind me, which would be appropriate.
Yeah, I said it looks kind of like when the mushrooms were spraying those guys.
Exactly.
And Donnie's taking off. Have a good one, my friend. Take care of yourself.
Later, Donnie.
So yeah, the funny thing is, though, with Hollywood and just with storytelling in general, I mean, this is what we see on TV. It's what we see in all sorts of media, is just gratuitous entertainment. What is something pleasing to the eye? We put that on, and what's an excuse to get to that point? We'll write that up, and there's our story. And
yeah.
As opposed to what's a character arc. And so, and the problem is that some of us, and Robert, that's an interesting question about Ghostbusters. I would say Ghostbusters is horror with comedic elements. Because Ghostbusters is actually, and especially, watch the original and this is the big problem with Ghostbusters 2016. They didn't understand it. Ghostbusters 2016 was a comedy. Ghostbusters 1984.
Well, comedy.
Well, no, it was. Ghostbusters 2016.
It was supposed to be funny, but it wasn't.
No, but that's the problem. Comedies generally aren't funny. And this is a big problem people don't understand. Most comedies, most things that set out to be funny aren't. It's actually a very difficult thing to make a good comedy. And and so that's why, like, the funniest, and people said it over and over and over the last 20 years is, wow, the funniest movie I saw this year was the latest Marvel movie or whatever. It wasn't even a quote unquote comedy. Because comedies are very hard to make well. Ghostbusters 2016 was a comedy. Ghostbusters 1984, whatever. I'm sorry, or 1986. I can never get the year right. But that movie was a horror film that was written with wit. All right, so
yes, I'll agree with that.
So so it was not a comedy.
The shocking the guy as he got more and more psychically inclined versus just like, oh yes, the lady is always right no matter what. The librarian telling everyone to shush, getting slimed.
Everything about it was classic horror. And a lot of it was actually fairly serious horror. It's just that your main characters didn't take life seriously. And so, and there are people like that. I mean, imagine in the real world if you and me and Bird of Prey 5 founded a paranormal investigations company, and the banter that we would be having while investigating something, and then we stumbled across a real haunting, right?
Okay, but who would be whom? Who would be Bill Murray? Who would be Dan Aykroyd? I think you would be Bill Murray. Okay, let's be fair here. I think you would be Bill Murray.
Well, Bird would just be Bird. I mean, he doesn't fit any of the classic characters. But
I think I wish I was Dan Aykroyd. I think I'd be Rick Moranis.
Well, at least you're humble. I will give you that. But that's the difference. Is that was it Dan Aykroyd and who was the other writer of the original Ghostbusters?
Harold Ramis.
Yeah, and Harold Ramis. When they wrote Ghostbusters, they were writing a horror film with funny characters. They weren't writing a comedy. And so the plot was absolutely a horror plot. But think about it. If Gozer the Gozerian went to Bird o' Prey 5 and said, choose the form of the Destructor, okay, it would probably be a giant beagle. Right? And
maybe Bird would be Ernie Hudson.
So but you know what I'm saying, right? So it would be, and so we gotta, you gotta think that what they did, and this is where at the core of it, this is something that I was talking with Dr. Alex about earlier today, actually on Old Media Guy's channel, is they knew, Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis knew the characters they were writing. And so they knew them inside and out. And so that way, and so they felt like real people, as opposed to feeling like a witty script. They felt like real people. Venkman didn't feel like just a funny guy. It felt like Venkman.
Right.
And you're right, Josh. A giant Gelogia machine would be the Destructor.
I couldn't help it. It just came into my mind.
I had to go. And it
who am I kidding? I'd probably be Walter Peck. Was he the main bad guy?
Oh no, you would be
the one who turned off.
Honestly,
the one who turned off the grid.
Honestly, Matthew, I think you would be more like Dan Aykroyd, because he had that. He was the kind of a little bit innocent one. You remember, like, hey guys, this place is great. You know, we gotta buy this. You know.
Yes, and oh gosh, who was Vinkman? Who's the actor who played him?
Vinkman?
Or no, not Vinkman. No,
Walter Peck?
Egon.
That was Harold Ramis.
Okay, yes. Yes, Egon and Murray were both like, oh yeah, you know, we gotta play this close to the chest, and I just come down the fire pole. This fire pole's amazing, everyone. I love this place.
And then he spent all their money on a freaking hearse that needed all the work and all that. You know, so he's
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that is.
So
that's who I would be.
I think he would be the Dan Aykroyd. I can't remember. Stans. Ray Stans.
Stans. Yes.
That would be.
Yes.
Okay. So, but yeah, I think honestly I would probably be more Egon, and Bird would end up being Vinkman. As much as everybody wants to be Vinkman, I know, but I would have to relinquish that title to Bird, and I think I would be a little more Egon. But you would definitely be Ray.
I'll accept this. I will.
In fact, I would love to see Yitza do that picture. I can see it right now in my head of the three of us as the Ghostbusters. They need to reboot Ghostbusters with the three of us. You know? And Darth Maul stopping by, say hi. How you doing, my friend? And he's going to bed. Andy Drucker, I think the Destructor would be you. Oh, Bird would just think of me as the Destructor. Who would be Winston, though? Just the average, everyday man looking for an honest buck. Ooh.
Can we shoehorn lore into that?
Laura's an average, everyday man? I don't know. Let's see. I'm thinking...
That'd just be me shoehorning.
Yeah, I'm thinking... let's see. Like...
I could be racist and just pick a random black guy to be the character, but
now you're just being that's
I'm recognizing facts, man.
So I mean, if race swapping is not an option, that does severely limit you. I mean, you could say Chief Cook or something like that, but or Mr. Lundell. I would probably go with Mr. Lundell because he's got a little more attitude. And
but just the in general, if race swapping was okay, if race swapping from black to white was okay, because we all know it's fine to race swap a white guy, no issues there. But
Lore would
the other way was okay.
Yes, Mouthpiece. Lore would be Peck.
Oh gosh. All right. I don't have a good character for Winston. All right, I don't have a good stand-in for Winston.
Yeah. I think Mr. Lundell would make a good Winston. Yeah, I think he could do it. I think he'd do it for a steady paycheck. Come on. You could absolutely see him saying that. If there's a good paycheck in it, I'll do it. Go on.
I haven't seen Mr. Lundell in A Dog's Age. I catch a couple of his movies a week. Every once in a while I'll say hi in them, but otherwise I'll just enjoy the show. But I haven't actually been able to talk to him in a long time. I wonder how he's doing.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a little bit either. He always gets mad at me whenever I talk to him, so usually not a good...
Well, you say such inflammatory things. Gosh.
Yeah, like hi.
Yes. You're so rude.
No,
I heard you once say the sky was blue. I mean,
I know.
How...
I do that.
How insensitive. Have you ever thought about the colorblind people out there, Michael? Excuse you. I'm offended on their behalf.
Well, it doesn't change the facts. That's the problem.
Excuse me? Facts? Wow.
Yeah.
Way to be ableist. You jerk. I mean, gosh.
So, yeah, what were we talking about before you ran off to pee all over your office?
Ghostbusters?
No, you were saying, if you want to continue this, but then you need a Jaloja. and so we were waiting.
I just meant the stream in general.
Okay.
I don't know if we're talking about anything specific. Probably. Oh gosh, we've been all over the place. We talked about how the movie wasn't that bad. It could have stood a second draft. Tighten up the pacing.
It probably needed a complete first draft. I mean, I get the feeling that a lot of this movie was just kind of let's wing it.
You know, that's a fair point. And I will say this: I feel like most movies out there need the person who say you're wasting time. George Lucas needed it. It was his wife, and thank goodness for Mrs. Lucas. At the time Mrs. Lucas, excuse me, because without her, we wouldn't love Star Wars nearly as much. We always need that guy who says, you're making a mistake, you need to punch this up, this scene is a waste of time. And once you have that person, it takes the C grade film and upgrades it to a B grade film, or the B grade film and upgrades it to an A grade film, stuff like that.
So let's look at, okay, so what are the aspects of Fungicide that work or come close to working?
The general plot is fine. You have a eco-terrorist.
But I mean, like, as far as like characters or performances or anything like that. Like
performances. You know what? The scientist guy. If you had given me more of a reason for him to be tripping the whole movie, he could have worked.
Okay.
But just the I'm evil,
Right.
Kind of fell flat.
Give me a motive for it.
Exactly. The Moonbeam's B&B lady. I felt like she may have been the most felt out character.
But then the problem I had with her is, why is it that all of a sudden, 3/4 of the way through the film, she goes into the closet and comes out looking like Rambo?
What, you didn't appreciate that a strong female character?
I have no problem with her being like, you know what? If she had been that way through the whole film, I would have had no problem with that. But that just came out of left field.
If they could have had a scene where like she had a legit log and she just cut through it in one chop, and then like, okay, that would establish that she's actually a take names lady.
For like 8 hours on a 2-inch log, something that like most, like even in my insanely bad shape, I could probably break that thing over my knee. And and she's sitting there with an axe going, So, and then she goes in and like comes out looking like Rambo. I'm like, what? Huh? No, I'm not buying that.
And that's one of the things that you learn. There are appropriate times to do a cut in a scene. So if like you had shown her raising the axe and bringing it down, and then zoom in and just see the log like splitting in half. So, okay, obviously some other person's doing that.
Right.
But you set it up where, from a movie perspective, it looks like she's doing it in one fluid motion. You kind of buy into it.
Or, and hear me out on this, you don't film a scene that looks that stupid.
Oh, well, sure, if you want to go crazy here.
I mean, if it looks that bad, because I mean, nobody was believing that she was ever going to get through that. I mean, it wasn't even a log. I mean, it was a stick.
It was an old stick.
Yeah, and so I mean, she was never going to cut her way through that stick, and so how about you just not shoot that scene? And because the dialogue in that scene, really nothing there was overly necessary for the advancement of the plot. If you cut that scene out completely, it wouldn't have hurt anything. The only thing it really served as was a transition to the, let's run into the living room and see what's going on with the guys. So you just cut to the living room scene.
Sure.
So that's how I would have looked at it as a director, is that if that scene just isn't working, you either find an alternative scene that you shoot. So, like, for example, let's say that instead of trying to chop a stick that she can't possibly chop, you have her watering her plants.
Because then at least you can go for the shock value. Like, if you just have her the whole time being this nature-loving pacifist, and then have her do a quick 180, there's some humor in that. What you want is a Shaun the Dead movie.
Well, if you want her to be a badass at the end, though, then maybe you have her doing her Tai Chi in the backyard, and he comes out and interrupts her and talks to her or something. Because there's one thing to have the sudden, at this point, it's become a boring trope to have, look, the woman's really a badass. Okay, look, you know what? It's been done.
Yeah.
Trust me, you're not going to get any points for originality on that, right? So, let's see. Robert says, Little Shop of horror movie with levity in it. That's a pretty serious situation, feeding people into a giant man-eating plant. Well, Little Shop of Horrors is actually not a horror movie with levity in it. Little Shop of Horrors is a musical with horror elements. Mm-hmm. Musical is the genre, not horror.
In fact, it was a stage play long before a movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, the movie was an adaptation of the stage play. And which is a very, it's one of the problem with stage plays, the reason they all feel the same is because you have severe limitations to what you can and cannot do. You don't get to cut between scenes and stuff like that like you can in movies. It's just a musical with horror elements. But anyway,
out of left field here, we have a theater in the round place around here, mm-hmm. which it's incredibly fun to go down there. And they put on shows like Annie Oakley and Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, and just classic plays, classic musicals. Always tons of fun. But you're right; they're very limited in what they can and can't do.
Right.
It's you're literally surrounded by people. You can't just have some strings sitting behind the back to make them look like they're flying.
Right. But what I would like to do would be to create to open up my own dinner theater and call it Theater in the Tetrahedron instead of Theater in the Round.
Okay. You're close to a round by the time you get to a tetrahedron.
Well, it's a pyramid shape, so it would be like that would be the shape of the building. Or is it tetrahedron? That's what it is. Tetrahedron.
I'm thinking of a geodesic ball type thing.
A tetrahedron is a 3-sided pyramid.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of the one with the pentagons all around it.
No,
or the hexagons.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So it's a triangular pyramid, and so if you do theater, so instead of theater in the round, you do theater in the tetrahedron, and you just make a big pyramid-shaped building with a theater in the I don't know. I just think that would be fun, a fun play on words to do that.
Okay, fair enough. And you know what? I pass a strange amount of pyramids driving out west to West Texas for some reason. Like literally, I'm in the middle of nowhere and there's a random pyramid next to me. I'm like, who on earth in the middle of West Texas thought that what I need right now? Pyramid. Actually, this will complete me.
A pyramid is a very sound structure, though.
If I want to bury a dead king, sure, but
No, it's
What am I
actually
gonna do with it?
a pyramid is one of the most solid structural shapes you can build in.
You know what? You have one over in Memphis, I do believe.
Maybe we do. I don't know. I've never been to Memphis because I'm constantly told that if God were to give Tennessee an enema, he would stick the hose in Memphis. So that's
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yes, the Memphis Pyramid. So yeah, it's like right there on the river, the Mississippi.
yeah, which is right where the hose needs to go in there because that's where the leakage comes out.
I have no idea what's actually in the pyramid. It's just I remember driving by it and going over the Mississippi over 40, 20, whatever it is right there. And just there's this giant glass pyramid jutting out of the landscape. You can see it for miles.
And you like jutting pyramids.
I mean, what's not to like about a jutting pyramid?
A bad horror movie to make Matthew watch: The Banana Splits. The Banana Splits is in the old kids show?
Is that the Bananas in Pajamas?
No, there was an
They're
old...
coming down this...
Yeah, well, they were going down the slides and going, na, 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 na. That was the Banana Splits.
The Banana Splits. There's a movie, 2019. It looks like a horror movie.
That's right. I remember. I think they did actually make a horror movie out of it, which sounded like a really bad idea to me.
It looks kind of like a Five Nights at Freddy's thing. I see like a bunch of people in these outfits, an elephant, a dog.
Yeah, and
with an axe.
I remember when it came out. It's one of those movies that Mrs. Antitrekker. I will tell you, that's one of those few movies Mrs. Antitrekker found the very concept of the movie downright offensive. Because the Banana Splits, you're probably a little too young, but the Banana Splits was an actual children's show from when me and Mrs. Antitrekker were young. And so someone licensed the actual show and turned it into a horror movie.
You mean a play, right?
No.
Around the same time as the Iliad?
You're funny.
Or excuse me, the Odyssey?
Yeah,
the Odyssey?
yeah,
I apologize.
Yeah, you're funny.
Iliad came in your teenage years.
Yeah.
Sorry. But I got you covered, Thomas. Don't worry.
Tell you guys are just mean. But yeah, so yeah, Mrs. Antitrekker found that offensive because it's like, why in the world would you do that? Why would you take and actually license an actual children's program just to pervert it and turn it into a horror film?
But how do you feel if they did that with like the Garbage Pail Kids or the Cabbage Patch Kids and have it turn into like a Gremlins situation?
Honestly, I don't like the idea because there are gonna be anytime you're gonna take an actual if it was an actual children's program, if you're gonna turn it into a serious horror franchise, I've got a problem there because you're gonna mess up someone's childhood in a big way. All right, and
maybe like zombies meet My Little Pony.
What?
Yeah, I could see it. A horror movie about My Little Ponies.
You're a weirdo, man. Zombies meet My Little Ponies.
I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
I think that my idea about the little old lady that you almost hit with the bicycle is a far better idea.
Granted. I mean, sure. But I get, you know what? I bet if I type into Google right now, zombie, My Little, I didn't even have to get past little, LIT, boom, zombie, My Little Pony, Iophil. And yep, there is all the My Little Ponies eating out the guts of other people. Wow.
Yeah, but I'm sure that's not an actual licensed, like, legit.
I know it's all
thing.
DeviantArt stuff.
Right.
Don't worry.
And I don't know. I just. Daniel says, so did you see the rest of Flash Gordon?
Just the first episode, Daniel.
Yeah. Matthew is now chomping at the bit to see more Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you see, this is the problem you run into, Daniel, is that Matthew will only watch movies with me every other week.
It's true. Now, you really do a good job of making me want to increase that, because between Invincibles and now Flash, 2 actually good shows, I have to wait another 2 weeks. So now it's going to be a month between episode 1 and 2 of Invincibles, you jerk.
Well, all you got to do is switch that up to every week. I'll move Jeopardy to another night of the week, and then, bam, problem solved.
It would be, but the problem is not only are you a jerk, I'm a jerk. And so I keep doing this every other week.
Why would that make you a jerk? That would make you a hero.
What, doing it every other week?
No, if you did it every week.
Well, say then I wouldn't be a jerk, but we both know I am a jerk. So
right, but
we're stuck.
But you could stop being a jerk and do it every week.
You've lost me.
Yeah, I know.
You've lost me.
I know it's difficult for you. But you see, if you stop being a jerk, then you could watch movies every week and enjoy the movie night. You see, we're working on getting you out of the Kurogan programming. I think this week we almost got you because I'm
hearing like, hey Matt, why don't you stop breathing air? Because I like living. I'm not following you, Michael. I'm sorry.
Okay. Trying to think of how a Kurogan could understand this.
Yeah. Okay.
So there are, okay, so you like watching Invincible, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can watch Invincible every week.
How? I mean, sure, I could watch it every day. I could binge it, but
no, all you got to do.
I'm trying to watch it with you, Michael.
Right. So we can watch it every week. All you got to do is come here next Friday, and we'll watch it again.
But we don't watch. I won't be here next Friday. How can we do this?
Right. So you come next Friday, and we'll watch it again.
But you're doing Jerp Netty or anti Jep Nerdy.
Right.
Because I'm not going to be here next week.
Anti-Jeff Nerdy, we move, and then we watch Invincible, and we'll even watch Drag Me to Hell next week, just for you, because that would be a special.
What,
moment.
like just the two of us?
Well, and our friends. I know, John. I know it's crazy.
You've lost me.
But
You've lost me.
We're working on them. So.
I'm not getting where you're going here, Michael. I'm sorry.
You're going to understand sooner or later. So one of these days, we're going to get through to that stupid Kurogan programming. I don't know what they did to you, but we're going to get through. Because, we love you very much, Matthew. We want you to be free of of whatever Bird of Prey 5 did to you.
All hail to Jaloja, the land of
Wait, all hail to Jaloja?
All hail to our leader, the great Bird of Prey.
You said all hail to Jaloja.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Well, we both know that my ability to remember names is not great.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Jaloja is not a name. It's more of a thing.
It sounds like a proper noun. I think it's a proper noun.
Jaloja? No, I'm pretty sure it's just a noun.
Huh. Weird.
A proper noun would be a name of a specific, person, place, or thing. So
I wouldn't be surprised to find out we have a city called Gelogia.
um, um, well, I would say probably more likely a lake. You know,
Lake Gelogia?
or
I could see that.
some large body of water. Well, body of liquid.
That'd be appropriate.
Yeah.
That'd be extremely appropriate. Lake Gelogia.
Yeah.
I think we need a petition to have this be.
Gelogia Bay. You know,
Yes. Or the Gelogia Dam.
I love watching the golden sunset over Gelogia Bay. You know.
Yes, we need to have this.
Yes.
I'm petitioning for this.
But yeah, and you know, we do care about you, Matthew, and that's why we want you to watch movies every week.
I watch movies every week, Michael. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I mean, I work and have Voyager going.
Watching Voyager isn't watching movies every week.
Well, and to be fair, I mostly listen to it while I do other work.
Right, but that's not the same.
Well, true. It's a TV show, but I do like listen to movies as well. I was just using that as an example, a metaphor, if you will.
Well, what if you got to watch an episode of Flash Gordon, an episode of Invincible, and a movie that you've never seen before every single week?
I could, but like I said, I'm trying to do this with you, Michael, and I only do this every other week.
Right. And hey, Piano Dean, wow, we are up late for you to be home. Good to see you, buddy. And so you know we're up late when we actually see Piano Dean home from work on a Friday night. But I hope
how's the pub life, Piano?
I know he has been actually rocking and rolling ever since most of the requirements are lifted and people are getting vaccinated. Yeah, my little.
Right.
I think Daniel is liking the idea of My Little Zombie. That's sick and wrong.
I could see it. I mean, gosh, there was Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. There was the Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Like, I could totally see a My Little Zombies.
You know the interesting
spin-off.
thing. Have you seen Pride and Prejudice and Zombies?
Only the book.
Have you read it, or have you?
So no, I haven't. I've skimmed it. It wasn't. I read all of Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and I thought it'd be a really fun series, or at least novel, to do a Jack the Ripper, the savior of mankind, where it turns out that all the ladies of the night he had killed turned out to be vampires or zombies. But no, I've never actually read the Pride and Prejudice and Zombies one. That one just
And Harry,
it didn't click for me.
throws in a couple of bucks. Says, hope all's well with you, youngster. Thank you, Harry. I truly appreciate it.
Hey, Harry.
I will tell you, the interesting thing about Pride and Prejudice and Zombies is I have seen it, the film, is that it is a surprisingly accurate adaptation of Pride and Prejudice. And so,
Just with zombies.
yeah, there just happens to be zombies in it as well. And so it really is Pride and Prejudice and zombies. And so it is not, just like some of the character names from Pride and Prejudice in a zombie world. It actually is the story of Pride and Prejudice with zombies. So it's...
Now, was Jane actually a zombie, or was she, or excuse me, Elizabeth? Was Elizabeth actually a zombie, or was it just she was a normal person in a world of zombies, which zombies was a thing?
You mean the main character?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sisters were human, but there were zombies in the world. So, yeah, there was. So the main characters weren't zombies, but
Okay.
they were. And so they were trying to avoid becoming zombies.
Interesting.
Yeah. Trying to see what the difference between the Drag Me to Hell theatrical and Drag Me to Hell unrated version is. I didn't know there was an unrated version. I thought I had it. I'll have to look upstairs, see if I have the disc upstairs. I'm sure I do. But the so back to business here. We need to get you to stop avoiding every other Friday for whatever reason that you're doing that.
'Cause I'm a jerk.
We know you're a jerk, but the first and by the way, congratulations for recognizing that fact. That's the first step for recovery. That's what they say.
Why deny the truth?
Well, and
I am who I am.
Right, and that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. They say that the first step to recovery is to acknowledge you have a problem. So if you acknowledge that you are a jerk, that's a good thing. You know that you have a problem. So now the next step, the second step, is to take a step towards recovery. And that first step has to be to start to show up every Friday instead of every other Friday.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see our failure to communicate here. You assume that I want to stop being a jerk.
Well, I know you want to continue to be a jerk because it's a natural, instinctive thing. But we need to get you to stop wanting to be a jerk, and in order to do that, you need to start attending every week. Coach Eli thinks that Star Trek Picard was a train wreck. Daniel thinks Picard season 2 will be better. I will say this, Coach Eli. I think that Picard had potential, and then I think train wreck is a good way to describe how the season ended. It was, actually, in a very well, because the season was chugging along and then crashed, just completely crash and burn. So train wreck, great way to describe it. Daniel, I truly do want season 2 to be better, but we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And until season 2 actually is broadcast, I'm not going to say it's going to be worse. I'm not going to say it's going to be better. I'm not going to say it's going to be the same. But you know what? I will say this much. I gotta admit, it was cool to see Q, even though he was older looking. I thought John DeLance looked great, and I'm looking forward to seeing whatever hijinks he's going to do. But I ain't holding my breath, but we'll see what happens.
I really want John Delancey to have a line where he's like, "You look so old, Picard," and Picard makes some quip like, "What about you?" And he goes, "I thought you'd find it more comforting if I looked as old as you did, mon capitan." And just some sort of like playing off the cuff. I'm only looking this old because you're 1 foot in the grave. Which I think, bless his heart, Patrick Stewart is 1 foot in the grave in all these shots. He's like breathing heavy, just sitting there.
I think both feet are in the grave. He's like he's like pulling the blanket up, getting ready to go down. He's just like, "Is it time yet? I'm ready to go."
It's rough. Yeah. It's so rough.
Oh, sweet death! I'm ready for your embrace. But I will say this: I think that what they should do, and I'm sorry they can afford it. All they need is one shot of a de-aged John DeLance, make a nice, good, convincing young John DeLance, where he shows up looking like Q from TNG, and he's like, "Oh, Picard, you look so horrible." And Picard would say something like, "Oh, Q, we're not all immortal," and Q can go, "All right, fine," and then make himself, does this make you feel better? And Picard would be like, "Not really." He goes, "Well, I don't know. I kind of like having the extra saggage here." Anyway, and just
doesn't the gray make me look distinguished?
Yeah. John DeMarco says Matthew doesn't believe in following streaming schedules. Just ask Thomas. I know, and we got to work on that. We got to keep pushing him because a lot of people, Matthew, want to see you here every Friday.
That just like encourages me not to do it more.
Okay, then very few people want you to be here on Friday.
Oh, come on. You think reverse psychology is going to work? I know the truth, Michael.
And what is the truth?
The truth is a lot of people enjoy your streams. And the most effective way for me to be the biggest jerk is to only do this every other week. I mean,
so what you're
this
saying
is basic math.
is that what you're trying to do is hurt me, especially immediately after I had to go through, my gallbladder surgery and still dealing with the whole neurological thing. And I had the sinus surgery, and I'm just dealing with all these various health crises in my life. And your response to that is, screw you, I don't care. Wow.
I mean, effectively.
Okay, I'm starting to get it now. I'm just seeing how you feel. Robert says good night and have a good one. Daniel says, I heard there is a war in the continuum. Daniel, you know me. I don't deal in rumor. And you know what? Whatever the plot is, we'll see it when season 2 premieres. Don't try to tell me what you heard the plot is. I love you, Daniel. Don't try to tell me what you heard the plot is. I don't care what you heard the plot is. We'll see it when it comes out. I don't want to know what you think the plot is one day before it comes out. Just like I don't give a crap what people think Loki is going to be in the next 3 weeks. I really don't care what people think it is. And so Q says, or Coach Eli says, Q will be told to shut the F up by a strong female Q.
I'm pretty sure Loki is going to turn out to be a baboon from the 34th universe number 34. And not just a baboon, but like a female baboon who is extremely judgmental of straight white men. You heard it here first. That's what's going to happen.
And John DeMarco says, inside sources say that Q will turn Picard into a newt. He'll get better.
A newt?
That was what Mecca said a while ago. I didn't hear about that one.
Is that really? Oh, no, what Daniel is saying, the war in the continuum. Okay.
Yeah. I don't buy any of that crap. Like I said, Dan, and it's nothing on you, Daniel. It's just you know what? The Phantom Menace rumors and all that crap has been wrong way more often than they've been right. And I understand, I know that every now and then they're right, just like, broken clocks are right twice a day. But I don't care. I don't care about the rumors. I'll watch it when it comes out. And this is where, unfortunately, the Phantom Menace has really lost sight of its freaking entertainment franchise. Take it as it comes. Try to enjoy it. And if you can't enjoy it anymore, walk away from it. If you really hate it that much, if you absolutely despise it, I'm sorry, if I have not seen a positive video about these franchises come out of these guys for years, and so if you despise it to that level, walk away. Because
sure.
Because it's just. Now, granted, I know why they don't, because if you're making money hand over fist, why would you walk away from that? But it's just sad to me. People, stop telling me about how much you care about a franchise that you don't care about.
I'll say this. I really do respect Jeremy over at Geeks and Gamers because he is honest about the fact that he just says whatever the algorithm tells him to say.
Okay.
He's like, I'm a business. Like, this is a business, and I'm going to say whatever the algorithm. I'm like, well, you know what? I appreciate that kind of honesty.
I saw a video of his the other day about, I think it was actually earlier today. He was talking about Loki. And it was funny because he said, you know what? I watched the first episode. Didn't really impress me. And, then I saw this article about Loki, and I'm not going to watch it, so I don't care. And it's like, okay, fine. You're going to admit it. And it's like, the funny thing is, so the reason he's not watching... Now, you've seen all 3 episodes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
The reason he's not watching Loki, you ready for this, is because of a tweet that the director of episode 3 put out about how excited she was that it's now canon that Loki is bisexual.
Yeah, you know what?
And it's like, really? So you're going to not watch the show because of that garbage? Because
I do have a problem with anyone who says, I'm going to take this character and the only reason I care about the character is just so I can soapbox about this one issue.
Right.
Fair enough. But you know what? If I look at the episode and Loki says, well, the Enchantress, who I know she's supposed to be Loki, I don't care. She's the Enchantress. And she goes, what about you? Do you have a girlfriend? And he responds with, oh, I've had, many of both type, as I'm sure you have it as well. I'm sorry, that doesn't make Loki anything. Loki talks crap nonstop.
Right. And I don't care.
Yeah.
What do I expect? It's like, but the problem with, and hey, Captain Foley's in the house. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey.
And Bradley suggests offer Matthew something in trade for showing up every week. Maybe you can watch more Stargate and do more videos. So what would be a reasonable trade, Matthew?
Oh, I'll have to think about that one. What's the conversion rate of souls these days? I don't know.
Give me something. But first of all, seeing the tweet now, if I saw that tweet about a show where I watched the first episode and I thought the first episode was good, and there are 2 more episodes, and this is a person who directed 1 episode. Am I going to not watch the series because of that tweet? No, because I know that people in Hollywood tweet all sorts of crap. And you know what I think of Hollywood people and their Twitter accounts? Nothing. I don't care about Hollywood people and their Twitter accounts.
This is exactly like Brie Larson all over again.
Right.
Like they do this every single time. It's like, I don't care that Brie Larson, 3 years before she ever did Captain Marvel, made this stupid offhand comment about how a different movie entirely wasn't meant for guys.
And the funny thing is,
I don't care.
That movie, Wrinkle in Time, she didn't even have anything to do with. Like, she wasn't in it. She wasn't a producer on it. She wasn't. She had nothing to do with it. And yet she's out there at some awards ceremony talking about it like she's an authority on it. And she's just running her mouth like a typical Hollywood idiot. And people make this big thing about it. Look, I don't give a crap about what Brie Larson's opinions are on Wrinkle in Time. She doesn't give a crap about what my opinions are on Wrinkle in Time. Great. Guess what? We agree, Brie. Neither one of us give a crap about each other. I'm fine with that. You know what? We can move on. Thank you very much. And I wish that the Phantom Menace could just kind of get that. We can all just agree that we don't give a crap about what the other side thinks. Thank you. Move on, please.
Hey, I agree with what John DeMarco's saying. It would be annoying if they made Loki's orientation a focus of the show, but if it's him making an offhand comment to someone that he doesn't trust and is trying to jerk around, I'm sorry, that doesn't make his orientation canon, and it doesn't matter if it did. It's meaningless.
You know what I think of it as same thing as... and I'm not sure. Captain Foley says, I hope so, but I'm not sure. Hope so what? Oh, I think something about, we'll see what, because Daniel says, I think they'll explain the continuity errors, the new track of Picard Season 2. They'll say time is broken. You know what? I know Foley hopes so on that. I would like it to, but I don't think that they're smart enough to do it. I'm just being honest about it. I don't think that in the span of a Picard series, they're going to be able to fix all the problems with continuity in Generation 3 of Trek. I think the best thing they can do is just try to move forward, and just try to, honestly, and this is my problem with it, is stop trying to, Kurtzman, if you see this, take it from a guy who has yelled and screamed at the top of my lungs about some of these continuity problems. All right, trust me. And you've heard me, Matthew, and anybody out there that knows me any length of time, you've heard me literally scream until I had no voice left to scream about some of this stuff. I will not say a word about your continuity problems if you just tell an awesome story.
Sure.
You know, tell me make Picard season 2 an awesome story, and I won't give a crap about the fact that Picard is an android. You don't even have to ever mention that Picard is an android, and I won't give a crap about it because you're telling me an awesome story. Get it? That's how it works. You don't have to, you don't have to make a big deal out of everything that you've done. I don't need to obsess over the fact that Riker calls out red alert in his house and raises shields around his little vacation home. Just freaking tell me a great story and I'm good. Honest.
I mean, I could totally see me as a Star Trek fan creating a little Arduino circuit with a microphone so that whenever I said red alert, like my alarm system started to blare or something. Like, I'd do that. Why wouldn't Riker do it?
I think, though, that honestly, Riker's best moment in all of Trek is Lower Decks. I'm sorry. Man, it's been a long road getting from there to here. I mean, he was so great hamming it up. That was awesome.
And they had him do the Riker maneuver, didn't they?
Yeah, well, it was great. And so, just tell me an awesome story and all will be forgiven. I am truly that kind of fan. If you give me great material, I'm okay with it. Make Strange New Worlds an awesome show. I will forgive you. Make Picard season 2 great. I will forgive you. Make Star Trek Discovery season 4 bearable, and I will at least tolerate you. But yeah.
And Captain Foley, I'll say this about the fandom menace, or the fandom menace, however you want to say it. Every single grassroots movement faces this issue. And that is, you have a group of people who legitimately didn't like something, and they spoke out about it, and they were passionate about it. And then you had a group of tag-alongs. And somehow these tag-alongs who just wanted the clicks, who just wanted the view, somehow they became the spokesman for the entire movement, and they're all anyone ever remembers. So, the Fandom Menace had a legit point back in 2016 when there was this knee-jerk reaction to some, political event or something. And all these movies were these super hyper-politicized nonsense. And they had a point. And then you had all the people who came on with the I just want view mentality, and they took over the movement. So the Fandom Menace, it didn't start off this way, but it's certainly been co-optive, which is
right.
It's something that we've seen across all kinds of movements, not just on YouTube, but even things like Black Lives Matters you had an important movement that has been co-opted by people who care more about monetizing on a serious issue than actually care about the serious issue itself.
Well, if we look at with the nerd community, right? We had Ghostbusters 2016, and then we had The Last Jedi, and then we had Star Trek Discovery, and then we had Doctor Who, and we had all, it felt like all of the great pillars of the sci-fi nerdy community were being torn down, particularly as far as any white male icons had to be destroyed and replaced by pillars of feminism. And so I feel like there was legitimate concern, and I totally understand that. The problem, and this is where I see where the fandom menace kind of morphed into, and I don't like using derogatory terms like the fandom menace, like Trek Yards did. Just like, I would
Jar Jar.
Yeah,
Binks.
yeah. Just like, and I'll tell you, Captain Foley.
Or not Jar Jar Binks. that's his actual name. Excuse me, Jar Jar.
Jar Jar Abrams.
Abrams.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I told Doomcock to his face that I found it absolutely disgusting and immoral for him to refer to J.J. Abrams as Jar Jar, because it's wrong to basically use a derogatory name for their name if you're trying to have a serious conversation about something. But so there was a legit concern at that point. However, what invariably tends to happen is then you create this echo chamber, and once you create the echo chamber, people tend to kind of become a little more extreme because everybody that's listening to Fandom Menace channels already believe in the Fandom Menace message, and then so now you don't have any disagreement, and it starts pushing further and harder and further and harder to now where it gets to the point, and I really felt it the first time when I had the nerve to say that Captain Marvel was just okay, when I didn't say it was the worst movie ever.
Right.
And so when I gave it a 6 out of 10 because it was just meh, and people, I literally got death threats on Twitter because of it. I was like, seriously, I'm out. That was the wake up call for me, and that's when it gets to that kind of level where people are just so weaponized and indoctrinated to where you must agree with us 100% or else you're the enemy, then fine, I'm your enemy.
Yeah. And Michael, you're talking about how there was this movement against like all things white male. I don't think anyone, there would have been pushback when Jodie Whittaker came on. Mm-hmm. Which there was pushback when David Tennant came on. There was pushback when Matt Smith came on. There would have been pushback. Fine, who cares? The biggest issue was the fact that it wasn't just like, oh hey, here's a female doctor. It was we're shattering the glass ceiling. Like that was how they presented all this. We're finally getting with the males, and you had a scene with not David Tennant, not Matt Smith, the last guy who came on. I'm sorry, Capaldi. I forget his Peter Capaldi. Wonderful doctor. But you had this moment where at the very end of his run, he killed off another Time Lord, and the Time Lord regenerated into a Time Lady. And she made this comment like, I don't know how you deal with all this testosterone because men are evil and the worst. And it's like, you're not just replacing them. You're saying that everything they were beforehand was evil and disgusting and repulsive. Right. And it's like, well, you're crapping over the fandom at that point. We know we're not stupid. We get that you're saying that we're the enemy, and that was the biggest issue. It's like, hey, you, the fan, you're the enemy. And it's like, guys, this isn't, no.
Right, and that's why the initial anger was completely justified. But then what happened, and this is where I think, and why, for example, I started getting crap for just not, for just being tepid about Captain Marvel and stuff like that, is it became, and what the Fandom Menace is now, which is really sad to me, is if a female shows up, it's bad. Right. If a person of color shows up, it's bad. And the problem with that is that makes them into exactly what the SJWs accused them of being 5 years ago.
Yeah. And I'll admit, I got biases. Mm-hmm. And when I watch Loki, I'm like, hey, you know what? I noticed that like there's a lot of ladies in the show. I can't help but think like, is this a 2016 issue? And then I stop and go, you know what? Does it matter? Does it matter that there's a female judge? No, I don't care. That didn't just detract from the story. Right. I don't care that there is a strong, powerful black lady who, hit Loki with that time stick. Yeah, who cares that she was a woman and strong and a person of color? Doesn't matter. It still made for a great scene. Like, right. And like I constantly find myself checking myself.
Right. There are times that it matters, and there are times that it doesn't. And yeah, and that's you're exactly right. Like if you know, if they change a character's gender just to try to make a point out of it, it matters, right? If they change,
Yeah.
and like Lady Loki or whatever you want to call her, so far at this point, I mean, I don't have a problem with her. I think she's interesting. I'm curious to see where they're going with her. You know, I don't see that it's horrible just because it's a female kind of thing, like some people are saying. But
Sure.
I want to see where they're going with it, you know, and you know, maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't. I'll judge it once we see the whole series. And
Yeah, I'm on the fence too.
yeah, yeah, but I'm
I
not.
want to see what they do.
Yeah, I'm not going to decide. You know, it's the fact that it's a female variant of Loki is unimportant. It's like, what are they doing with it? Is what's going to matter.
I think I would have liked it more if they just brought in the Enchantress
Right.
instead of being like, oh, hey, look, it's Loki, except it's a better version of Loki.
Well, I don't know that it's a better version of Loki because it's just a different version of Loki.
Well, Owen Wilson made that comment a couple times. Like,
Right,
she's
but
better
I-
than you. Or
but I think
this variant is
Owen-
better than you.
You see, to me, I think at least the way I always read that is Owen Wilson kept saying that because he knew that would motivate Loki.
Yeah, yeah. So, like I said, I'm on the fence too.
Right. I never saw
And
that
that's one of those
as,
things where I go,
yeah, I never saw that as she's actually a better version. I always saw that as if I say that she's better, he's going to make darn well sure that he catches her. And look what happened. He figured her out like bam. You know, and that was actually pretty good detective work to figure it out.
Mobius actually makes that comment several times. Like, I just know that if I say this, you're going to be motivated to beat her.
Right. And John DeMarco, yeah, also likes Loki so far. Interested to see where they're going. Yeah, I'm very curious. And that's what you got to do with a show like this, is keep you interested. You know, and it doesn't have to be, like, every episode doesn't have to end with a cliffhanger. It just has to end with me wanting to know what's next.
There's still a part of me that kind of expects it to be the long play, to be a troll, where it's not even Loki, where it is 100% a new character who was just masquerading the whole time
Well,
as a variant.
I would say this, from what we've seen of the Time Variance Authority, or is that what it's called? I always get them, but whatever they're called.
I think that's right. The TVA,
Yeah.
sure.
But the TVA seems so powerful. I mean, they keep Infinity Stones as paperweights. These people are at a level that I don't think that an Asgardian would have the ability to fool them.
See, I agree.
Or I'm
they
sorry,
wouldn't, but
a frost giant. I know I keep saying Asgardian. I know he's technically a frost giant, but yeah.
Whatever. I agree with you. I can just see the MCU has done so many trolls on the fans, where I could see them 100% trolling people just so we have this conversation we're having right now. Where all the fans are, oh my goodness, we're all talking about Loki and the fact there's a female Loki.
Well, I think, and Daniel says that Loki links to Doctor Strange. I think all these shows are going to link to Doctor Strange. I think that...
Falcon?
Why not? What makes you think that we're not going to see the new Captain America in the Doctor Strange film? Look at what we got in Captain America Civil War. I mean, you know, we got half the Avengers.
Fair
in
point.
it, all right, so, well, actually more than half. So, I absolutely think, like, if you look at, because what's Sam's number one skill as Captain America? He's not a super soldier, but his number one skill is to talk to people that are in duress. Right.
Which we saw from the very first moment we saw him.
Right.
Or not first moment, but very quickly.
All the way back to Winter Soldier, we saw that that's what he does, is that he counsels people. And so that's been his thing in the MCU from day one. So if we look at Doctor Strange, if he's dealing with Wanda going Batwoman crazy, which from the end of WandaVision, that last scene from WandaVision, looks like a distinct possibility that Wanda's going Batwoman crazy, that she could be doing something with Lady Loki to try to shatter the multiverse, possibly because she's going nuts dealing with the loss of Vision, the loss of her kids. She wants them back. How do you get them back? You bring back a multiverse, bring back a reality where they still exist. That's the only, and Lady Loki's perfectly good with all that chaos because that's the way that Lady Loki wants it. So, so you see how this can all kind of fit together. And then, and so while she is trying to bring about total chaos, you then have Sam and Doctor Strange trying to talk her down. And so you're bringing it all together into one big event with the Doctor Strange film.
And even if Wanda wasn't going crazy, just having her too focused on a single outcome could make her blinded to the dangers around it.
And Super Blubberpuss says, politics again. Why are you once again grouping everyone into one category? Phantom Menace is not for you to shame us into one group. What the hell? I'm not shaming you into anything. If you want to be Phantom Menace, go ahead.
I'd call myself part of the classic Phantom Menace group. Michael, I'd certainly say that you were part of the classic Phantom Menace group.
I was a proud member of the Phantom Menace for a long time until I started getting death threats from the Phantom Menace. And then I said, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Fine. Bye-bye. But...
I would say, though, that there is the modern Phantom Menace group who is just being that... I don't want to be too harsh on them. I watch, so Shadversity. We talked about him earlier in the stream, just by happenstance. He is part of the classic Phantom Menace group. He goes on
I haven't paid that much attention to him, so
he was. Yeah, he goes on with Mahler from time to time, the Every Frame of Pause. And they talk about egregious things like this still. And I will say that Mahler is much more balanced. He will say, like, hey, here's this specific movie and here's the specific ways they were nuts. But then you just have people who, and I'm not going to name names, but fill in the blank where you like it, who they have kind of taken the lead of the everything is evil about anything new that comes out.
Right.
And they are kind of this one note that we've been talking about. And that doesn't mean that there aren't issues with any of this. It just means like they take it a little too far is all that at least I'm talking about. They take it a lot too far. I'm being too nice. They go way too far.
But you're just so nice.
I'm a jerk, but I am a nice jerk sometimes. They go too far. I apologize if that offends anyone, but
I'm such a jerk. I apologize if that offends anyone.
It's just I don't know how else to say it except, man, you get people who they sit here and like, oh my goodness, this scene from Loki proves that Kathleen Kennedy has gone too far and she's going to be ousted. Kathleen Kennedy, you heard it here, she's ousted next week. Every single freaking week is Kathleen Kennedy's ousted. And then you're like, you know what? Guys, can we just talk about real stuff sometimes? Can we talk about, like, Loki goes too far? We'll talk about that. You know that.
I thought
we're not going to be ridiculous about it.
For a split second, I thought you were going to say the S word. I really did.
No. I might have said stuff, but no.
I thought you were going to say I swear, I thought you were going to say you were going to talk about real and I was like, come on, say it. You can do it. You can do it. Get it out there.
No, that was just my brain trailing off at the end of a sentence. Mm-hmm. That didn't end with that word, just for the record.
I'm pretty sure it did end with that word. I'm pretty sure it did.
It ended with a different S word, if it ended with an S word at all. I almost promise you.
Almost promise me is not the same as promise you.
Is it not?
No.
Weird.
Almost promise. Weird. In fact, by definition, almost promise you is not the same as promise you. It's almost promise you.
You almost promised me that?
Yeah, I almost promise you. If I almost promise you to give you $1 million, if you give me the title to your house, would you give me the title to your house?
I don't know. I'd have to hear more about that. Almost promise. What are we talking about here?
I almost promised to give you $1 million. All you got, or the deed. I almost promised to give you $1 million if you give me the deed to your house.
How close to $1 million are we almost promising here?
I'm almost promising it to you.
Tempting. Very tempting. But I guess not. Not today.
Yeah, see? So I guess you understand what an almost promise is. It's not a promise.
It's not a promise. Yeah, I guess it's not a promise.
It's
an almost promise.
Right. So you were trying to say the real S word. You just,
Was I?
Yes, you were. I'm shocked, and so is everybody.
There's another S word for you.
Yeah. Well, that's not the S word you were trying to say either.
Even I have my limits. Sometimes people they pull stunts, more S words. That just get my dander up.
That's not the word you were talking about either. But in all honesty, Super Blubber host, look, it's frustrating because it's kind of hard to not talk about this sometimes when first of all, I'm kind of confined to this chair for the time being, and it's like all I do, I sit here and I turn on my computer, and what do I see? I see this crap thrown in my face all day long. And like Matthew was just saying, you know how tired I am of hearing about Kathleen Kennedy 10 seconds away from getting fired? Do you know how tired I am of hearing about the chaos at Lucasfilm, the chaos at Disney? You know how tired I am of hearing about how what's the latest thing they're all talking about is did you hear that Loki's ratings are down by 100 and whatever thousand views? Nobody can corroborate it, but they're all sure it happened. And whatever. They all are spreading the same rumors that they can't corroborate. They're just making the stuff up. Somebody made up a rumor and they all run with it. And so if you don't like me talking about it, I understand that, but it's all shoved in my face all day long and I don't like it. And that's just how it is. And I'm not judging your thoughts at all. I don't know what your thoughts are. I said if you want to be Phantom Menace, you can be Phantom Menace, and I'm not saying all Phantom Menace people are exactly the same. Never said that. But when it comes to the big players in the Phantom Menace, they all say the same thing over and over and over, and it gets tiring to see the same crap pop up, because even when you're not subscribed to them, even when you sit there, and I've done this over and over and over, and you tell YouTube, stop sending me recommendations from this channel, but they do it anyway, because you know what? The new YouTube system doesn't give a crap about what you want, because they just want to push what they want to push, and for some reason what they want to push on me is Phantom Menace crap. Well, great. So I get to deal with it regardless. And even if I'm not logged in as Anti-Trekker, when I'm logged in as one of my other accounts, I'm still getting it because it's all based on my Google accounts. So... And so, yeah, I get tired of this crap. I don't like it at all. And I would just as soon it all just disappeared. But unfortunately, Google keeps shoving it in my face.
I'm not sure if you already responded to Super Blubber's next comment about how being judged for his thoughts and almost being banned. We're not doing that, man.
Nobody's banning anybody. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Speak your thoughts. By all means, please speak your thoughts. Michael has always been very much for the dialogue on these streams.
The only people I've ever banned from this channel are people, and it was very, very rare, but we got the occasional people that would start putting like the N-word in the chat over and over and over, like obvious weird.
Oh gosh, yes.
You've seen those pop up every now and then. That's very rare. And the also exceedingly rare people threatening other people. That's it. Mm-hmm. But people having differing opinions, I generally, you can have differing opinions than me. but I don't, as far as I don't know why you're, I'm a little confused as to what you're upset about.
And I guess maybe this is part of what I was saying earlier, is that I would call myself part of the classic fandom menace, where I would say look at Ghostbusters 2016, look at the Last Jedi, and I can critically tear down these movies and say this is where they are wrong, and this is a super bad trend Hollywood was going for, and we see some of those effects today. But I wouldn't call myself part of the modern fandom menace because it's gone so far beyond what it originally was. Originally, it was just like, hey, we're going to tear down this film because it's a piece of garbage. And now it's just, we hate everything.
Right.
And Daniel wants to know, where did the fandom menace come from? It was organic. It was an organic response to idiots.
Well, honestly, I mean, what really got it turbocharged into existence was Ghostbusters 2016, The Last Jedi. They really got it going more than anything else. Star Trek Discovery was only like on the fringes of it, like
tacked on, yeah.
But really, it was Ghostbusters 2016 and The Last Jedi that really launched it into gear. And obviously, like right now, if you look at the big players in it, it's just, I mean, it's just look for the word woke, and that's and that's what you'll find.
I might tack on Terminator Dark Fate.
Not as much,
but again, that'd be like a tack on.
Right. The funny thing about that, and that's where another one of those that I started to realize some of the problems with the Phantom Menace with that movie, because Terminator Dark Fate, while certainly not a brilliant film by any stretch, was not nearly as bad as either Ghostbusters or Last Jedi.
Sure.
It had its problems, but it was not a horrifically bad film. I think its biggest
problems were more writing than like, hey, we're being evil anti anything.
Right. Like, I think it was,
like, hey, remember how we made such a point about how you control your own destiny? Nah, we're gonna pop a cap in your son in the first 5 minutes.
Right.
What?
Killing John Connor, especially after making a big deal out of bringing back Eddie Furlong, who played John Connor. Killing John Connor in the opening scene was the biggest mistake of that film, because I honestly think passing the baton on to I can't remember the girl's name, the Hispanic girl that was the new target.
Yeah, whatever.
But
yeah.
But that part I had no problem with. But what they should have done was, instead of having Sarah Connor trying to just show up out of nowhere with a rocket launcher and just out of the blue, it should have been her and John. Mm-hmm. Instead of just her. Having her, and that would have made it feel more organic. That her and John, after saving the world from Judgment Day, then basically became underground Terminator hunters.
Mm-hmm.
And
then you could have still had the moment where John handed off the mantle to this new girl.
Right.
But it could have been like over the course of the movie, and but he could have even done a self-sacrifice thing. So I was like, yes, you're the one who's going to carry us forward.
Right. And so that could have worked, but instead the killing him off in the opening scene, that was where that film went sideways. As far as the whatever, I can't remember what the girl's name was, the kind of androgynous Terminatrix thing. I didn't have a problem with her conceptually, but I think that it could have been done a little better.
I had a problem with the fact that she couldn't pick up my 8-year-old, let alone like beat anyone in a in a real match. You know,
Well,
it's like you know what I mean? It's like, I'm sorry, you're what, 60 pounds when wet? I don't believe any of the things you're doing. Unlike the actress who played Sarah Connor, who we actually see in Terminator 2, you see her doing the pull-ups, and then you see her fighting with her intellect against the security guards to get out of the insane asylum. And it's like, yes, I believe you can do the things I see you doing on the screen.
Right. And so, and I do want to, because I am so confused by Super Blubber Plus. I am really uber confused by everything that you've said in the chat. So maybe you think you're in a different channel, because we've talked 1,000 times before. You should know me well enough to know that pretty much everything you said to me in this, you shouldn't be saying to me of all people. Except for, I understand if you don't like me talking about politics. But, so I'm going to read just your comments for a second and try to make sense of this. So forgive me the rest of you for a second, because I really just don't understand this at all.
I'll zip it.
So it says, politics again. Why are you once again grouping everyone into one category? Phantom Menace is not for you to shame us in one group. What the hell? So that, number one, that kind of makes it sound like I'm insulting him because he's part of the Phantom Menace and he doesn't like that I'm insulting the Phantom Menace. But that's kind of what I take from that, but let's move on. Interesting how you judged my thoughts without knowing what they are. Thanks for judging me without giving me a chance to say my side. I guess I'm about to be banned at this point. Not sure what thoughts you thought I was judging. Totally lost at this point. Then, I personally did none of the things you, however, I personally did none of those things to you, however, is that makes you feel better. Again, no clue. Absolutely no clue what you're talking about. Then, I'm not Phantom Menace. Great. So you're not part of the Phantom Menace. Great. Again, now what are you even talking about? I have no effing clue, Super Blubberpuss, what you are talking about at all. Just so we are clear on this, I do not know what you are talking about. Then you say, I just don't like them taking over and ruin our franchises, then gaslight us saying we are full of hate. I've never hated anyone. Fine. I don't either.
Oh, you know what? I think I misunderstood that comment. I think I thought he was saying I don't like the way that certain people in the Phantom Menace have taken over and gaslighted the classic people. I think what he's talking about is...
No, I think he's talking about the people making the movies.
Yes, and I apologize. I think I misunderstood you on that, Super.
Okay. And then next up, he said, they don't hate everything. Once again, you group everyone who has a different opinion about you into one category, proving my point. I don't want to argue with you. I've always loved your channels. Good night, everyone. Take care. And then says good night to John DeMarco. And again,
Night, John.
I don't know if you're still here, Super Blubberpuss. I hope you are. But I think you might have fundamentally misunderstood either me or Matthew or maybe even both. Or maybe there was just some kind of weird miscommunication there. But neither one of us thinks that everybody in the Phantom Menace is all of the same thought. We don't think the Phantom Menace is 100% monolithic on everything. However, the leaders of the Phantom Menace, the big names in the Phantom Menace, are absolutely an echo chamber. They all repeat the same crap over and over and over. I will guarantee, I have not looked at his channel in months, but I guarantee you that probably within the last week, Doomcock has posted a video about how Kathleen Kennedy is about to be fired from Lucasfilm. You know,
yeah,
and it's a little tiring at this point.
It may be part of it's my fault. I'm specifically not naming names, but if we need to, I can name like 4 of the big channels and be like, all they do is talk about how, you know, KK is destroying things, how this new franchise, Loki, is done. By episode 2, they're saying, "Yep, it's done. It's over. This just proves more, yada yada yada." And I'm like, well, I'm not trying to say that all the Phantom Menace is that way, but I am trying to say there's 4 or 5 major channels who typically are the ones you think of when we say the Phantom Menace, and they're the ones pushing this along. I'm not saying you're part of that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying most of the channels are part of that. I'm saying the big 5, that's the way they go. And yes, John, if in doubt, it's Matthew's fault.
Hey, well, that is true. However, I will tell you, what did I say within the last week, right? So,
Yep.
14 hours ago. Lucasfilm Civil War is over. Jon Favreau has won.
And as you say this, I need to, like, I know you've said this in the past. You've talked about the fact that you have like a double digits or triple digits of a Doomcock supporter card. Like, you are one of his longest supporters. Although we don't hate these people.
No, but I will tell you, I've canceled my support for him. I've canceled my support for all the Phantom Menace channels because I can't, in good conscience, continue to support this crap. I just can't.
Fair enough.
And
that doesn't mean either one of us hate him.
Right. I love the man behind the mask. But at the same time, so it's not a malicious thing about Doomcock, but at the same time, come on. You really, 14 hours ago, he posts that, Kathleen Kennedy has just lost the Civil War battle with Jon Favreau. He also posted 3 years ago that she was getting fired,
And probably 2 weeks ago. And you know what? That's a winning formula for him. Right. I don't begrudge him. I don't begrudge him this.
If it makes him, if it makes him 6 figures to do that, I certainly understand why he does it. I mean,
oh yeah,
but
I'd do it for 6 figures. Right. I mean, where can I sign up for this?
But at the same time, the problem, and this is where it becomes an issue, is that it's not, because I understand and I know that Doomcock gets this. He's a cartoon character, and he knows it. He's a supervillain living at the center of the earth with Harvey Cthulhu waiting to unleash Armageddon. That's how he sees it. He sees it as he's the arch nemesis of the Super Friends, right? He doesn't see himself as a real person. He sees himself as a fictional supervillain. The problem is that his subscribers don't see it that way. His subscribers see him as a real news commentator, that he's giving them honest to goodness factual information, that he's telling them good hard news, and that and so if you disagree with him, what really gets scary is when people start, they honestly start to borderline worship the man, and
like to the point where you can be like, well, what about this, where he said, like, he literally said the exact opposite, and they're like, oh, you just hate him, you're an anti Doomcock fan. I'm like, well, no, I'm saying, like, you realize that he's just doing a gimmick here, right? And like they can't see the gimmick.
Right. And it's like, you realize he's wearing a cheap papier-mâché Dr. Doom mask that literally has a volcano on the top of it. It's like,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that.
He does it for fun, but and he makes good money doing it. But people take him ridiculously seriously. And I know Captain Foley, and it's crazy, but people do take him way too seriously. And, I'll tell you what really bothers me, though, is it's just that, so you have this segment of the Phantom Menace. And again, I don't think it's Doomcock himself. I don't think it's Gary. I don't think that it's Jeremy over Geeks and Gamers. But a lot of their followers that are these people that, they're the haters out there. That and so they're the ones that will say, that will start throwing out some seriously derogatory language. They'll start saying some really foul things, and just, and what was that man like? I can't remember who it was. A lot of people liked him. That he shut down his YouTube channel after a little while, but Wolf.
He hangs out with Mahler.
Yeah. And he was like
he was kind of bullied into shutting his channel down, wasn't he?
I think so. And he was the one that honestly he was the biggest representation of this attitude, where he just went for the jugular when it came to the language and the attitude about it. So when he did his review of The Last Jedi, he referred to Rose Tico as one thing and one thing only. And the three words, I will not use them in the same order he did, but one of the words that he used was bitch. One of the words that he used was fat, and one of the words that he used was Asian. And those three words in a specific order was the only way he would refer to her. He would not call her. He would not call her Rose Tico, ever. And a lot of his subscribers would call her that. And it was like, wow. And you don't see. And the funny thing is that then what people would say, oh, she wasn't treated by there was no racism against her online. And it's like, did you not see that video? And do you not understand that? Yeah, that's kind of racist, to refer to someone like that hundreds of times over, in video after video after video. Yeah, that's kind of racist. And so, but people don't understand that, and so they think that, well, you're just exaggerating. It's not a big deal. It's you're making stuff up. And, so at this point, I just kind of wash my hands of it. And it's difficult because there's a lot of people in that community that I love and I care about. But the problem is that some of them, they can't associate. I've talked to a couple of them on the down low. They can't really associate with me because if they do, then they lose some of their cred because I'm, persona non grata as far as they're concerned. And, I get it, whatever. And so I've lost some good friends, but what can I do? And
I think there's only maybe two out of all the big people. Out of all the big people, I think there's two that I can't watch any of their stuff. It's too much for me. But all the rest, this is a wide net I'm casting. People like The Weekend Warrior. He does hilarious reviews. And I'd call him part of the Phantom Menace. The Internet's Janitor, hilarious reviews. Loves Jared Leto for some reason. He did like a spicy review of him once, and his whole persona has just developed where he's turned into this person who loves Jared Leto. Yeah, and it's a joke that's taken on a form of its own with him. But I love his reviews. They're saucy, but they're great. And there's so many people who fit that category. And Michael, I would even include you to a certain extent in that category where you had these saucy reviews, but they were based on factual information. Right. And so they were fun and they were done in a good spirit. And I think a lot of people lost the good spirit along the way, and that's why I just can't watch those people anymore.
And Trek Yards, as far as how I appreciate you asking, as far as how I'm feeling, well, I don't know if you know the whole story about this week, but the Reader's Digest version is I got up on Monday for a doctor's appointment, ended up going to the ER and staying there until Wednesday, got out without a gallbladder. Darn, those doctors always got to take something from you. And here I am now 2 days out from surgery. And so, yeah, feeling kind of rough, not going to lie. But that's been my week. So feeling kind of rough right now. But thank you for asking. I do appreciate it, Captain. I'm sorry we never get to talk much, but you're one of those guys that I do consider a friend, and I appreciate that. While we haven't been able to hang out a lot, you've always been around for me, and so so still waiting for your channel to get to be super big, like some of these idiots out there, so that you can lower the lifeline down to me and Matthew and help us grow. Because and that's the sad thing, and honestly, channels like you and other more positive channels just have a tough time growing beyond a certain point. And it's just because it's not sexy to watch a couple of guys that are just doing stuff that they enjoy.
Like loving Star Trek and talking about why this episode of Star Trek is so amazing,
right.
or not. Like y'all guys talk like you guys are honest talkers about the TNG episodes you go through.
But not just that, the fact that they can sit there and say, "Hey, Star Trek Discovery released some information on the newest class of starship. Let's take a look at it." Well, I kind of like this. I like this. Well, this ship's not so great, but I do like this one. And you guys can have that conversation without sounding like, someone just murdered your dog, and that's unfortunate what the Phantom Menace now is. It's that if you're going to talk about Star Trek Discovery, you better sound like someone just murdered your dog. Trekker says, Air Trekker's always been fair and level-headed in my opinion, but just a tad too negative. I still love you. You approach things logically with valid arguments. I appreciate that. And I know I've always bugged you with being a little bit of a glass half empty kind of guy compared to you. But that's what it is. You're too dang Canadian. That's that's all it is. You don't know, man. Captain Foley, you think you're a nice guy. Captain Foley is sickeningly nice. He will drive you nuts. He'll apologize, like the way he, if you call him up on the phone, he'll say, Captain Foley, I'm sorry. And you'll be like, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? Well, was there a problem? Well, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, why are you sorry? Well, if there wasn't a problem, then why did you call? He's just always, he's always looking for a reason to be sorry.
See, Texans need to go to California. Wow. Texans need to go to Canada to realize that we're really not that nice.
No, you're not. You're jerks. But we are. But you got better food.
We do.
Now, Canadians...
well, see, we only have better food because Mexicans come here. I mean, let's not pretend like this is a Texas thing.
See, no. You see, you guys, but this is the problem. This is something you guys have in common. So I'm going to play detente. What is that? Detente right now. I'm gonna settle some things between Canadians and Texans that we didn't even know was a thing here. Some things that you guys have in common, because you're both delusional about some things. Number one, food. You're both wrong about food. Okay, Canadians, you guys think you got awesome food. No, poutine is a good snack. That's not a food; it's a snack. So just get that out of your system. All right. Now, what you need to do is have poutine as your starter, and then have a nice big Texan steak as your main course. That's a meal. All right, so let's get that settled right there. Food, Texas, end of story. Now, next thing.
Well, hold on.
No,
I mean,
shut up. Shut up.
You kill a cow and you put it on the grill. This isn't amazing stuff. No.
No, shut up. That's the best meal there is. Now, next up is manners. Sorry, Matthew. Canadians win. End of story. So
fair enough.
All right. So see, now you think you're being nice by saying that, but a Canadian would actually apologize profusely for not having had the better manners. That's the difference. You see, see, and even right there, Look at what Captain Foley just put in the comments. So that's the difference. So
Yeah, he misunderstood. He thought I was Canadian for a minute. I no, I'm just Texan. Born here, raised here. I hope to die here. So he misunderstood. He thought I was Canadian, so he's apologizing that I'm not Canadian.
right. So I would, now I will say this. I'm assuming that herbal supplements are not legal in Texas.
They're not. I don't understand a lot of the things Texans do. We claim to be such Wild West, gun-toting, tobacco spitting wild men, but we're not. We may have used to be at some point, but we have so many dumb things. Like, I can pay off all my house, and I can lose it because I never own it. I'm always renting it from my own state forever. So if my property value goes up, it doesn't matter that I bought it when it was a slum. Now that the fact that it's this amazing area, I can be taxed out of my own home that I've owned for like 50 years. And it's crazy to me that this exists. So we're not as freedom loving as people think we are.
Property taxes exist almost everywhere, right?
Yeah, it's crazy to me.
Okay. So
because I'm Texan.
Right. My plan is to win the lottery, move to Canada, but then have a regular supply of Texan beef shipped to me.
I think it's a solid plan. You know what? Let me encourage you to modify this plan a little bit. Instead of paying all that shipping, just learn how to cook like a Texan. It's not that hard.
Or I just have a Texan come up and cook for me.
I think that's a winning strategy.
Yeah. See. But you see, I also need a Canadian to cook for me so that I can have poutine as my appetizer. So basically I will retire in, London, the London area of Canada, and have a nice daily appetizer of poutine, followed by a nice big, I don't want to say ridiculous, maybe 32, 40 ounce top sirloin,
Okay, so poutine. French fries, cheese, gravy?
I believe that's
right?
the basic ingredients.
Now, I admit that sounds delicious. So, Memphis Sky, why couldn't you eat poutine?
Huh?
Memphis Sky, he's saying I couldn't eat poutine.
Well, because some people are crazy. And
that's a pretty simple but yummy combination.
Rocky Mountain oysters, definitely not on my shopping list ever. Sorry, that's just not something look, I grew up on a freaking ranch. I've eaten every part of animals that there is to be eaten, and there are certain parts that I do not ever intend on eating again.
Cow tongue?
Huh?
Cow tongue?
Well, I should say this, of certain species of animals, because I was not on a cattle ranch. I was on a sheep ranch.
Okay.
So,
fair enough.
Yeah. French fries, cheese curds, and gravy. So
cheese curds.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, so I personally do not like the, shall we say, more exotic parts of the animals. Those can go to the dog food factories. I'm perfectly okay with. And so,
John,
yeah.
well, good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Didn't know oysters were native to the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, amazingly, they're not. Yes. And Mike says, I'm not crazy. My mother had me tested. Yeah. And Track Yards just has to get all there. Just go for it right there. Yeah.
That was going to be my next question, to be fair. You did say every part, and I was curious. I was curious.
I did say not a cattle ranch, did I not?
Oh, that's why I didn't ask the question. Except I wasn't going to say bull. I was going to say steer. So, you know,
Aren't they pretty
'cause I'm
much the
Texan.
same thing?
They are. They are. I was just being honest. I was going to ask if you had steer because I am Texan.
What
and
part
we
of
are...
not a cattle ranch do you not understand?
Well, that's why I didn't ask, because I did understand.
Being a Texan, do you not know what cattle means?
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I mean, I'm not just a Texan. I'm Fort Worth Texan. We are where the West begins. We were the #1 spot. Like, all the railroads came through Fort Worth specifically because of the cattle industry. So, yeah, I get it. I get it. And that's why I didn't ask you, because you clarified and said, no, not a cattle ranch.
So, yeah, but obviously a big favorite in Canada, I guess.
It must have been.
Yeah. I think it's what they...
I didn't really think. Hey, I didn't think that cattle were that big a deal.
Steaks for mom and dad, and hot dogs and meatballs for the kids. You know, that's...
I think you meant hot dong.
So... I just, that would be, I could just see that as a great sketch comedy thing for, but,
you're one letter off.
But yeah, yeah, that's my plan though. Win the lottery, move to Canada because I do like the colder climate. I know you like the ridiculous, stupid heat of Texas. But
I do.
Yeah, which is that's just I understand you're born and raised down there. That's what they say. You're demons in hell. You're raised in hell. You're used to it. So.
I was a full-grown man before I wearing jeans to go on long bike rides. Like shorts were a revelation to me. I'm like, oh wow, this is actually kind of nice to wear shorts. Instead of, sweating profusely. Like, I used to carry around, like, a gallon pitcher in a backpack on my rides. And I didn't realize that this was abnormal.
And so Captain Foley says, so, when are you coming to visit me here in Canada? Well, let's see. First of all, I have to get off hopefully I don't end up in the ER level of health here on a daily basis. Then once I get past that point, I have to get to hopefully I'm going to be able to pay the mortgage this month level of finances. Right. Then so once we get to that point, then we actually have to get to hey, we can actually pay the bills on time level of finances. And, oh, look, I don't have to go to the doctor this week level of health. So when we get to that point, then we can start looking at, oh, look, I can actually use my time off from work for things other than hospital visits. And then I can start thinking about, wow, I can actually think about leisure time. And then maybe down the road, I can think, hey, maybe one day I can get a passport. Once I get to that point, then we'll talk.
My biggest holdup is there's some vaccination issues that may arise in the course of everyday travel.
Are you an
until
anti-vaxxer?
that's not a concern. No, I'm actually a huge proponent of vaccinations. I'm just also a huge proponent of letting other people be guinea pigs. So
you're
once
an
those two things
anti-vaxxer.
what anti-vaxxers say I'm not anti-vaxxers, and pro-vaxxers say I'm not a pro-vaxxer. So, everyone hates me, and I'm okay with that.
So, but you're against vaccination for yourself.
Yeah, sure. I mean, clearly what I just said is proof that I'm anti-vaxxation. And
well, you're
pro-
okay, let me ask you this. Are you pro Matthew Bennett getting vaccinated?
Yeah, Matthew Bennett doesn't want to get vaccinated.
All right, so you're anti-vaxxer.
Matthew Bennett did a pro and con of my age demographic, my state, where I live, and I said, you know what? this isn't an issue for me. Let other people who are at risk get this. And when the time comes, when it is a positive cost benefit ratio for me, then I'll look into it. But for now, no, I don't want this.
He's afraid. He's afraid he's going to grow a third arm or something.
It's an third eye. That's what I'm worried about.
I'm kind of surprised, considering what you do for a living, that you're not required to.
I'm not. You know what? What I do, most of the people I talk to make me look like a raging left-wing nut job. Like that's the sort of people I interact with on a day-to-day basis.
Wow.
The people who make me look like a crazy liberal.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you see Captain Foley. He seems like, oh yeah, he'd like to hang out with you. He has no idea how you don't understand Captain Foley. You know, right, just off camera is like an entire stack of "Make America Great Again" hats that Matthew has, and on the other side of the room, a bunch of Confederate flags. And so yeah, you probably don't want to hang out with him.
Yeah, it's a mess, man. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, and don't forget to stop the steal picket signs that you've been passing out.
I'm amazed I didn't get in trouble for that. Like I thought for sure I'd have the CIA like knocking on my door by this point, but I guess I dodged a bullet there. No, I didn't go there, guys. I didn't. Unless anyone think I'm being serious, no, I'm joking. I didn't go.
Oh yeah, didn't you? Yeah, don't you? Where's Pelosi's podium? You're putting on the hat.
Do
you have Pelosi's podium ready to go there?
I have that downstairs, or else I'd bring it up. So
okay, that'd be so perfect if you had that clip art ready to go.
No. Get that out of here. No, I'm a very rational person. I'm extremely logical, and I go, you know what?
Go on.
I know. Feel free to laugh because it makes no sense. But no, I look at things. I go, hey, you know what? Maybe we should ask a question about this, and that gets people who are left of me mad because I'm daring to ask a question. And then people write at me and go, yeah, we need to ask questions because this is obviously fake. And I go, whoa, 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 whoa. It's not obviously fake. I just want some more information. And they go, wow, you're a crazy left-wing guy. I'm like, so yeah, everyone hates me and I'm okay with that.
So are you a crazy left-wing guy or a crazy right-wing guy?
I'm neither. So I'm a crazy libertarian. I fully believe that we need to make weed legal. And I also fully believe that everyone has a right to their own body. And that means that a child who hasn't been born yet has a right to their personages. So everyone gets to hate me. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I think everybody would hate you with that.
Yeah. And the craziest thing is I go, people are like, oh, so you're anti-vax. I'm like, if you want to vax, go for it. I don't care. Like people say, I got both my shots. Good. I'm glad you have that option.
And so Matthew is like me. As a fellow Texan, he'll do it when someone forces him to do it. And let's see. And Mike says, I have a freaking heart transplant. I have had 2 doses of Pfizer, and all I had was an injection site soreness for 24 hours. Trek Harris is middle of the road. I'll tell you, I'm kind of a weird one in some politics because I try to say I've been trying to come up with a good definition of what I am because I've tried to call myself like a classical liberal, but that doesn't really fit. I've tried to call myself a libertarian, but that doesn't really fit because there are some political issues where I definitely part company hardcore with libertarians and classical liberals and stuff. And so I finally come up with it. I am an anti ideologist.
I think I see where you're going with that.
Because I look at a given issue, I examine the issue and I make up my mind as to what I want that issue to be without giving a crap about a political ideology. It's just whatever I want it to be. And so, because here's the problem that I see, especially in the American political system, there are a lot of people that are Republicans or Democrats that will decide an issue. It's kind of like when we were talking about the Phantom Menace. But there are a lot of people that will decide an issue not because they think it's right or wrong, but because their group wants the issue to go one way or the other.
Yes. And then as soon as it's no longer advantageous for them, all sides switch sides.
Exactly. So if it's the Democrat that wants it, then they're against it, right? If they're a Republican. And so all of a sudden so no, I don't give a crap what party is involved. I want to look at what the issue is and what's the right thing to do. And so, like, for example,
I want to say it was, go ahead.
Well, so on the subject of abortion, and because I know that's a tricky one, that's one that people get sensitive about. I've come down to the conclusion that I am anti-choice. I love coming up with my own wonderful definitions. So anti-choice is not pro-choice and it is not pro-life. And so it is literally anti-choice because I am sick and tired of our political parties trying to make a medical decision into a political proposition. And I think it needs to be a medical proposition and it needs to be dealt with as such. And the person who should be making the quote unquote choice is a medical professional, not a politician, period. It is up to a doctor to establish medical necessity of an abortion, not up to a politician to determine whether or not it should be an optional procedure.
Sure. And so, if I'm seeing where you're going with this, I think I agree with you.
Right. And so if a doctor says this is what, and because look, that's how we deal with 99.99% of medical procedures already. Because if you go, you don't go into the doctor and say, you know what, I'd like you to remove my gallbladder, please. You don't say, I want control over my body. No. The doctor says, well, you know what? I see that you have gallstones. You need that out. Right. Mm-hmm. And so that's medical necessity. Now, when it comes to pregnancy, there are various mitigating circumstances, and it's a very complicated issue, but it needs to have a doctor, not just a person with an opinion, a doctor involved. And yes, sometimes that means that you might be talking about a psychiatrist who says that this person is mentally incapable of dealing with this situation, blah, blah, blah. And I understand that can be a difficult thing for people to deal with. But guess what? It's not up to you or I to make that decision. We are not that we are not the medical professional. We are not that person. We need to stop getting in their business. And so we leave it to the medical professionals to deal with the patient and do what is best for that patient, period. And it can be difficult and gut-wrenching, but we need to stop making it about politics and make it about patients' health. And
I would disagree with you on that point, on the psychiatrist point. But
the problem is there are people
I can at least meet you. I can at least meet you on this. Say, you know what? This is better than what we got now.
Right. The problem is you have to grant that in order to be realistic about it, because there are people that there are certain, for example, if a person is raped, and I'm not saying that in every case of rape that the person should automatically, get a free pass for an abortion, right? That's not the case. And there's not a checklist for this, this is why you need an actual PhD psychiatrist or psychologist as opposed to just some licensed clinical therapist. And they sit down with the patient, they talk to them, and they have to determine, is this person capable of dealing with this situation? Most people absolutely can. But there are some people that can't, that are so traumatized by the event, and you and I can't be the judge of that, right? We're not the person who's been raped. We're not.
Well, I guess, how far do you want to go down this line of thought? Because, we can talk about this, and I have no problem with that. But how far do you want us to go with this subject?
Well, the idea, though, is just simply we're not that person. That's all I'm saying. We can't make that decision for that person. A psychiatrist can. A psychiatrist can say that's what a psychiatrist does. And granted, I don't always agree with psychiatric standards, but at the same time, a psychiatrist already has the legal precedent to say this person is competent to make this decision or not. That they've been doing it in our federal court systems for over a century. And so if a psychiatrist says, no, this woman is incapable of dealing with this, I'm certifying that this is a medically necessary abortion, I'm okay with that. I don't like it. It may go against what I believe as far as my theological beliefs, but my theological beliefs aren't what we're talking about here. And if her theological beliefs are in line with mine, then she's not going to even be considering that either.
And I half agree with you, but I also would say that there is no other crime in which we punish the children other than, say, rape.
It's a tough one.
And I'd say, you know what? Just because there was a conception from this horrible event, I'm like, can we all agree that that's horrible? Can we all agree the lady's going through a horrible thing?
I think it's wonderful. Don't you know? I think it's
yeah. Yeah, and this is one of the things Republicans yada yada about, and I'm like, well, no one thinks that. Let's not straw man us here. But I would say that we don't punish the child for the sins of the father or mother.
Right, and look,
and there are alternatives. Like there are plenty of places. There are plenty of people out there who want that child. You don't have to deal. That's me being callous. Excuse me. You don't have to suffer through the constant reminder of this event. Mm-hmm. This brutal event.
But you also have to understand what I'm talking about here is I'm not suggesting that this is just a case of she doesn't want the baby. Okay? Mm-hmm. This is she cannot deal with this. That she cannot function enough. Like this would be a case of if she's going to go to term, she's going to end up committing suicide. She's going to be a danger to herself or others, that kind of thing. Not she's just upset. All right, we're not talking about someone who just doesn't want a baby. We're talking about someone who is on the ledge and not coming back. And so, and this is why it has to be a PhD that we're talking about, and why it needs to be done seriously, and why it needs to be considered medically necessary. Just like when we're talking about, look, it's an easy standard when we're talking about a physical medical necessity. That's easy. Mm-hmm. We all understand what those are. A tubal pregnancy and stuff like that those are things we can understand and grasp fairly simply. But
and that's why it's a straw man when people are like, well, Republicans would rather have the woman die. I'm like, well, no.
Yeah,
there's no such thing.
Yeah, nobody's
as
saying
a Republican who's like, yeah.
But when it comes to the psychological, there are there is a point at which psychological distress it becomes life-threatening. And life-threatening psychological distress is extreme. It's not commonplace. And so it wouldn't be, hey, come on in and, we'll talk for 10 minutes and then I'll certify you. That's not how it works.
And you know what, Michael, so let's say you and I are on different sides of this, which a little bit we are. But I would say, you know what? I'll accept this. Right. If this is the standard we want to go with, this is this is astronomically better than
Right.
where we are right now.
And I'm just trying to
I
come up
think
with
that this
something,
is
that is a
something-
logical course of action
Yeah.
compared to where we're at right now. Because
Yeah.
right now it's a political choice, and it's a matter of convenience.
Yeah. And Cliff, I gotta disagree. He's saying that until a certain point, a fetus doesn't have a soul. At some point, the Catholic Church called that the quickening. I get that. I disagree. I think from the moment of conception, there's a unique set of DNA. Everything about that child, from the very moment they're conceived, exists. And I would say that from that moment of conception, there's a soul. Right. And people say, what about natural abortions? What about there's something wrong with the DNA and that child is lost? I say it's tragic. It's horrible. And Christ wept at it in the Bible. When he saw the weight of sin upon that, when he saw the tragic end of sin, he saw Lazarus was dead in the grave. Christ wept. And unfortunately, things like that happen.
But what about
excuse murder?
Right.
Yeah.
What about doesn't change the fact that if, regardless of whether you believe in supernatural or not, because I understand not everybody does, not everybody in this chat does, and that's perfect.
Oh, absolutely,
and that's perfectly okay. But what we need to look at is, what are the fundamentals that we do agree upon? Do we agree on basic human rights? Okay, if we all believe that we are all, we all should get some kind of basic human rights protections, whatever you want to call it, at what point are we human? And so then that's a tough one to establish. That's what that's what the core argument has to be. At what point are we human? And is there a way to determine that? Unfortunately, as far as fetal development, there's not. There's no, like some people say, oh, what about at the point of a heartbeat? Well, can you tell, is the nervous system isn't fully developed the day before, the day after, or the day, you're not going to find out.
And then they say, well, what about the point they can live on their own? I'm like, I've met 16-year-olds that don't meet that criteria for life then.
And so,
I mean,
right, there's the problem is you're not going to find, here's the moment, right? There's only one point at which there is a dramatic change from non-human to human. And this is what Matthew, I think, was getting on, is that the moment of conception is the time that you go to a genetically complete human being. That is the moment that your genetic personhood is determined, period. Mm-hmm. Before that, you are a sperm and an egg. After that, you are a genetically complete human being. There's no other point in your development that is that dramatic a change.
And I think that both sides focus too much on winning the entire battle, that no one is willing to say, you know what, this is some common sense middle ground. We can both agree, even though we disagree on the extreme ends, we can both agree that, this is where some general criteria could be met. And I think that everyone's losing out because of it. I think that we're doing a disservice to, and I'll say this quite boldly, I think that women are being preyed upon, especially by Planned Parenthood. And that if you watch a lot of these videos of these young girls go in and they're scared and they don't know what to do, and they are bullied and forced into making a choice that a lot of them, an insane amount of them, end up regretting. Not all of them, but an insane amount of them do end up regretting. And then on the opposite side, you have nonsense where Republicans are like, we need to teach that only abstinence. I'm like, you know what? We need to teach a little more than that. We need to teach about contraceptives and all sorts of stuff, because both sides are going so far to the extreme that everyone's being damaged by the rhetoric. And yeah, John, YouTube's loving this stream. I apologize, Michael.
It's all your fault, Matthew. I blame you. And so that's
why you
should. So that's why I put the link in there. So Trek Yards, if you're able, you should come on right now and pick whatever topic you want, except for the local sports teams, because I don't do sports ball.
Thomas will tell you about how bad I am at this stuff.
Yeah. You know what? I know that the local football team is called the Tennessee Titans. I know that we do not have a Major League Baseball team, but we have a minor league team called the Nashville Sounds. Other than that, I know nothing.
No, wait, the Titans, are they football or are they baseball?
The Titans, I said, are the Major League football team.
Okay.
They're NFL.
Football. Okay, sorry. Whenever you talk about Tennessee being the Major League football team, even though I know it's not the professionals, is what you mean to be precise, the major football team was the Tennessee Vols in my house growing up. Because my dad was a Tennessee Vol, died and through.
Died and through?
Died and through.
What is
You
died?
never heard
Wait,
that?
died and through. So he died as a Vol fan?
Well, yeah, technically he did. Yes, he was very much a Vol fan when he died. But no, it died as in color died.
Oh, I've never heard that expression.
Oh yeah, he was like he bled orange, which was pretty impressive. I mean, maybe that was part of the cause of death. I don't know.
It sounds like
but
that.
The man bled orange.
I think that would probably be a significant. Yeah. Here's the problem: he was drinking way too much orange juice, and so he died of orange poisoning. I didn't.
No, not D-I-E-D, died. D-Y-E-D, as in what you do with fabric. You dye it.
Come on, Captain Foley. I put the link in there. Still, I don't see you.
Tried and
backstage.
true. I mean, there's that too.
And yes, Robert Green, we are amazingly still up because we've been trying.
I shouldn't be.
Yeah, we've been trying to convince Matthew to stop being such a jerk. And I figure, if Captain Foley came on and talked to him, I figure, Matthew has such a deep respect for Captain Foley that he might be willing to be convinced. But, even if he won't for me. And MLP Dut Dealer says, you're still streaming. It's like 2 a.m. where I live. Well, it's like 3 a.m. where I live. So,
oh my goodness. It's not only is 3 a.m., it's my son's birthday on 3 a.m. I do need to get to bed.
It's your son's birthday?
It is. I got a long day ahead of me. We're going to go to a local burger shop around like the hottest part of the day during the hottest part of the year of Texas and have a bunch of kids running around and playing around outside.
How old is your son?
He's 8 today.
8? Okay. Well, that's a good age. And so what'd you get him?
Whatever my wife thought to bottom.
What?
Thought to bottom. You heard me. Oh yeah, my Southern's coming out now, son. He thought about him.
So you don't even wait. Your son's 8th birthday is today, and you don't even know what you got him.
There are so many different things that we have up in a closet that I don't know which ones are the ones we got and which ones are the ones that in-laws got but mailed to our house because they're not going to be here.
Mm-hmm. And so, Trekyards, Captain Foley says you have no respect for him. Is that true?
I have tons of respect for you, Captain. I wish you would come on Monday nights and talk Loki with us. You know what? Screw Loki. I'd love if you came up and talked Star Trek with us. I think that would be a ton of fun.
Or Star Trek.
One of the things we need... Yeah, Star Trek. I don't care what we talk about, man. You come on up. I'm going to have a spot for you. I think we ought to talk about Janeway. She nuts, man. She crazier than 2 hens in a house.
All right, so if you respect him that much, if he says, "Hey, you should do the Friday night mystery movie night every week," would you do it?
Oh heck no! I'm still a jerk.
So you don't respect him.
Now I can respect and be a jerk at the same time. Don't try and pigeonhole me. That dog won't hunt. That boat won't float.
Why are you trying to sound so? You have. It's funny because you said you were born and raised in Texas, but you have the worst fake Texas voice I think I've ever heard.
This ain't no Texan voice. This is a Southern voice.
Well, you don't sound Southern. You sound like some idiot who's trying to sound Southern.
Well, that hurts. That hurts a lot.
Well, damn,
this is how a lot of my friends talk.
I don't know what you're talking about. Some on YouTube. Don't start talking about this. We want to get on down the line. You know, we're talking about
How a lot of my friends talk.
I don't know when you don't even the Enterprise and
I don't think you live down here in the South long enough to know how many of them talk. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you talking about. You know, the photon torpedo and the fire and boom, Janeway. Janeway don't know what she's talking about. She's blowing things up and Picard knew.
My accent sounds about as accurate as Foghorn Leghorn. That sounds right. Sounds right. No, honestly, my Southern is more Louisiana than Texan. I won't lie about that.
And so make the offer again. There has to be something Matthew wants from you. Obviously, there isn't. You know, Matthew just is he hates me. And it hurts. It truly hurts because, you know.
It should. It's designed to.
You know.
And Trek Yards, Janeway did nothing wrong. Maybe not in the first episode, but I stand by this.
What do you mean, maybe not
Janeway,
in the first? In the first episode was the
she's
worst
crazy.
episode. The first.
Janeway is legit crazy.
There we go. All right, so Captain Foley, what are you doing on Monday? Like, as in, you know, well, now, a day and a half from now.
Too late.
Because are you free on Monday night at what 9 Central, right?
9 Central, yep.
So what we got to do is talk about. We're going to put Janeway on trial on the charge of negligence, and so yeah, I think that's I think we should do that. So.
We probably should, because she's nuts. I mean,
yes, Monday. We call you know, we do the virtual pub. Bring your own whatever you drink. Unfortunately, I can't drink alcohol, but you know, I will be more than happy to assist the prosecution on this. But yeah, so and you of course should be on the defense, but the. But yeah, I think we need to put Janeway on trial based on the and the trial needs to be based solely on the information in the episode Caretaker.
ooh. Okay.
All right, so that she is guilty of negligence to her crew and dereliction of duty.
That's a harder one for me. I was going over the course, and I say this as a huge Voyager fan, but over the course of all 7 seasons, like, she becomes increasingly nuts.
Now, so Trek Yards, he doesn't want to be your defense.
That's great, Trek Yards. That is great.
Well, then maybe he should be
Foley.
judge. You know, so we need to find someone who can defend her. I'll come up with I can come up with a good case against her.
Yeah, so I don't think Janeway did anything wrong with Tuvix. How's that for a controversial stance? I think Tuvix was an alien parasite that had killed 2 other people to exist. So
that's demonstrably false. Is that your basic premise for defense?
What for why she was justified in doing it? We can talk about this on Monday. Absolutely.
Right, but you know, there is a thing in court called discovery, so you have to tell me your basic premise for your defense.
My basic premise for why I think Tuvix was a parasite.
No,
because
so you're saying that your basic defense is that that Tuvix was a parasite that had killed Tuvok and Neelix.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh yeah. And Foley's agreeing with me. Yes, that means I'm right by default.
No, that just means that Foley can't act as judge because he would be prejudicial in this matter. So we need a judge that can serve as a non-prejudicial judge, but he could assist you in his defense.
And that's true. I do say Discovery. Discovery sucks bad. You know, it got better in the second season.
What does that have to do with? What does
third.
that have to do with Tuvix and whether or not Janeway is Batwoman crazy?
I don't know. Foley was talking about it.
You guys are just like,
we're all over the place.
Are you guys like suffering from like some kind of weird Texan Canadian ADD thing that I don't know about that's like unique to Texans and Canadians?
I wouldn't be surprised.
So I need to know what the trial is going to actually be on if we're going to participate in a trial.
Oh, well, my general stance is just that Janeway's insane. She was, how to put it? She was.
Well, we all know
not
that she's
supposed to be a captain.
First of all, insane is not a medical condition.
True, you have to say schizophrenic or
right, and she's not schizophrenic,
bipolar, or
right.
Yeah, that's true.
From what we've seen on the show, she's not schizophrenic. We haven't seen any evidence that she is suffering from any form of retardation or anything like that. And so
she might be manic depressive, but there's only one episode that would support that very well. Maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. Okay, I actually, you know what? I think she is. What's the difference between bipolar and manic depression? No. I gotta stop. I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed. We can talk about all this on another night.
See, he's trying to back out. He's being a wimp. And,
I just see this rabbit hole, and I'm like, you know what? This is a deep rabbit hole. I need to back out before it's like 6 a.m. and I'm going, okay, well now I'm gonna, spend the day running around after my son.
Right. So that's the plan.
Just 3 more hours to go, and then it's bedtime. Okay.
All right, guys.
No.
So thank you once again, Matthew, for hanging out. Even though you're a complete jerk, and you should do this every week. And Captain Foley, thank you for stopping by. You're always welcome around here,
Captain.
Even though you wouldn't come on. Well, I just like surrounded by people I love but are jerks to me. What's the deal? What did I do to deserve frenemies like these? I don't understand. And so live long and prosper and Jolon true and whatever, blah, blah, blah.